Recording in progress.
Darren?
Morning, Chair.
Hi, Marcela.
Morning,
Morning.
Chair.
Morning. The time is 9 o'clock. We can start, eh?
Yes, precisely. We can start, Chair.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody.
Chair, did you see my predicament? I posted it.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm going to Futanyan, so I'll be connected, but I don't know on the way what will happen. So today you'll have my divided attention.
It's fine, Honorable Tobias.
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable members, I said good morning, and everybody on the platform, it's welcome. The honorable members, our support staff that on the platform. But today we are continuing with the consideration of the adjustment appropriations bill. Honorable members, you'll remember that one of the pieces of legislation that the Minister of Finance tabled during the medium-term budget policy statement was the adjustment appropriations bill. So that's the bill that we're considering now. And as we do that, just before I welcome everybody, let me just check apologies. Mashila.
Yes, good morning once again, Chair. We received an apology from the Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Mutsiaka. She's in a cabinet engagement. We've also received apologies from the MECs from the Eastern Cape, as well as the KZN provinces. We have further received apologies from Honorable Ntlangwini, who will be joining us later because she's got another engagement, and Honorable Sarupen, who is on sick leave. Thank you, Chairperson.
Let's note those apologies. As I said, we are considering the adjustment appropriations bill. So this committee, as it deals with that bill, looking at the things which are coming out of it, will then decide which department, which province, which municipality to interact with to try and finalize the bill. So with those introductory remarks, I take it that the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Dr. Jana Mohaule, will be on the platform leading the department. Am I correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
correct.
Thank you so much, DM. You're most welcome with your delegation. Take it that the DG, Mr. Moyle, is on the platform. Let me welcome MEC Education from this Free State, Honorable Mohale, and the head of department, Advocate Malakwane. Welcome, Honorable MEC Lerule Ramakanya, from Limpopo, and with the head of department, Ms. Titerin. I'm not sure who's leading the delegation from the Eastern Cape, but I take it that the HOD, Dr. Nuku, is here. You are welcome, and your delegation. I'm not sure in KZN who's leading the delegation, but I take it that the head of department, Mr. Ngobo, is here. So you are all welcome. So that perhaps is the first time I think we're interacting with the MEC's DM. This committee appropriations deals with the budget, both division of revenue bill and the appropriations bill. It's one department, and our clients, when we try and define our clients, everybody, every institution, every department in the Republic which receives money from every SOE, which receives money from the national department, it's our client. Ideally, we should be meeting everybody, but due to time constraints, we don't meet everybody. So we prioritize that because of certain considerations, which department are we going to call, which province, which MEC are we going to call, and so on and so forth. So I think it's the first time towards the end of the sixth administration that we're having the MECs on this platform. So we had indicated in our letters of invitation as to what we are looking for. So that helps us, oral members, that helps us MECs and HODs to have the fuller picture of what is happening in the sector, and allow the committee to ask questions, interact with your good selves, so that the committee can report to the National Assembly about the issues in the sector and how are those issues being dealt with. So this is the brief background, honorable members, honorable MECs, honorable DM of the meeting today. So what we'll do, we'll allow the Deputy Minister, Dr. Regina Mhaule, and her delegation to give us a presentation of maximum 30 minutes, and then we'll get to the next province and so on. We'll only be able to interact with the presentations after everybody else has made the presentation. So that's how we're going to move today, honorable members, honorable DM, honorable MECs. But thank you very much for accepting our invitations. That definitely tries to help government to fine-tune its service delivery mechanisms and ensure that what we said we'll do in this sector, we're doing it. If it's not happening again, try to understand what the hurdles are, so that together we can try and find solutions. But you are most welcome. Honorable DM, let me allow you to make the presentation. Thank you so much. 30 minutes.
Yeah, greetings to you, Chair, and greetings to all the honorable members in the meeting. Greetings to our MECs that are present, though I didn't see MEC Limpopo, but I believe that maybe she's struggling to join. She will join. Greetings to our DG and all officials from the sector, both provincial and national level. Chair, we are responding to the request of your committee that they gave us 5 items, which we prepared a presentation for those 5 items. But what we can know is that education infrastructure is like a moving target. As we try to solve it this side, it moves. So when budgets are cut, it gives a serious problem. You know that people are moving from low economic areas to a bit more economic areas. So when you build a school in the Eastern Cape or in Mpumalanga or KwaZulu-Natal, people are moving towards towns. And then there's a congestion in towns. You must provide a new school, and that one will remain as a white elephant. But we are trying. The report will give details of what we are doing as per the 5 items that you requested us to present. We have the DG, Mr. Mueli, is in the meeting. We also have our CFO, who will also do the presentation, and the head of infrastructure, Ms. Diale, is also in the meeting, and other officials, of course, that are supporting the team are in the meeting. So I'm going, with your permission, Chair, to allow the DG to take us through. Thank you so much, Chair.
Please proceed, DM.
DG. With the presentation. DG, can anyone put the presentation?
Honorable members of the committee, I need to
Yes, DG, you need to.
the day getting kicked out by one device and so on. And I hope, Honorable Chair, you allow me to do that, because I want to stay in the meeting from beginning up to the end.
Perfect.
The Deputy Minister has correctly indicated, has requested us to appraise the committee on the overall socio-economic and service delivery implication for the proposed 1.9 billion reduction. The Honorable Committee
Dr. Moel,
he also requested us to provide a detailed report on the school infrastructure.
Chair,
yes.
the Honorable Member has been awarded co-hosting rights. You can share the screen from the side.
Did you hear that, DG?
Or anyone designated in the department.
Chair, I've indicated that I'm on the road, so this is the screen, this is me. And I'm sure when we start to do the presentation, we will then share the presentation on the screen. I hope that suffices, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
I didn't hear what exactly. Are we getting the screen on are we getting the presentation? I didn't get that.
Yeah, the presentation we are sharing, Chair.
We're not going to see it on the screen.
It's going to be, I was just going through the 5 points, and then we'll put the presentation.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry. The presentation is not flighted as yet. We'll definitely do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. The third point, Chair, is a clear project plan on how the department plans to utilize the rollover to complete their city projects. And then the fourth one is a detailed report on the utilization of EIG allocation. The last one was a report on the service delivery impact of the proposed baseline reduction. The CFO will quickly go through slide 1 up to slide 9. I'm going to request that we flight that presentation. Mr. Mahada, who's flighting the presentation?
Good morning, DG. Good morning, members. Ms. Diale will assist.
There it comes up, Chair. That's the presentation. The CFO will start with slide 1 up to 9. May I just also indicate that we prepared with 3 provinces. Unfortunately, the letter that went to the Free State, we are not copied on that letter. So Free State was not part of our preparation, but we have communicated with them. They've assured us that they have prepared. Other than that, Chair, I'm going to 25 minutes. Thank you very much. Mr. Kuno?
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. Let me just show my face. I'm struggling with my laptop, but I'll show it on the phone just briefly. Can you see it, Chair? I'm not sure. No, not yet.
You are clear from my side.
No. I'm talking about the face.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's
You are better dressed than me. Thank you.
That's me, Chair. Can you see me?
No, we don't see you, but proceed with the presentation. I'm sure perhaps when we are on the answer. And
I think the DG can see the DG can see me, but I want to also greet the DM, the DG, MECs, HODs, and other colleagues from the DBE. Sorry about that, Chair. Let me start with the presentation. Miss Diala, can you please put it on presentation mode?
Chairperson, I started to share. I don't know if the department would want me to continue.
No, you can continue. Just put it on presentation mode, sir. It's fine. We can see I can see the presentation. If you can put it on slide mode.
Darren, did you get that? Put it on slide mode, please.
Is it not on slide mode?
No, it's not.
Oh.
Yeah, just go to. Persons, can you go to the next slide so that we can see we are able to move?
I'm moving on my side, Chair.
We're not moving from on our side.
Okay, let me close it.
Yeah, close it and start from scratch.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you
Yeah,
fine?
it's starting to move, but you can do a slideshow.
Darren, there is it? Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. If we can go to the next slide. Yeah, that's just the outline, proposed problem statement. Okay, proposed to. It's fine. We can go to purpose. Oh, you've moved twice. Just go one back. There. Yeah, stay on. No, go one back to purpose. Yeah, go to the second slide that says purpose. Yeah, this one. Don't move. Yeah, the purpose is to present to the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, Bill 34 of 2023. Next slide. The problem statement: to ensure that all schools meet minimum standards for infrastructure and commit to progressively upgrading each school's infrastructure to meet optimum standards. And continuing with the problem statement, school infrastructure backlogs have been considerably reduced over the past 10 years, but many school environments are still not conducive to learning. The Department of Basic Education has committed itself to eradicating 496 inappropriate structures, providing basic water to 1,257 schools, providing basic sanitation to 868 schools, and providing electricity to 878 schools in the it should be 2022-2023 financial year. To meet these commitments, the department will have to find ways to deliver infrastructure and services more efficiently and cost effectively, to also improve the quality of information used for planning. Next slide. Chair, we're showing here the adjustment budget. This slide shows the adjustment budget per program. Starting with the total budget, our total initial budget was 31.7 billion, 31,782. We then got a rollover of 235 million. And then there was an adjustment or reduction of 1.9 billion, which ultimately brought our budget down to 30 billion. The The rollover was on curriculum policy and support and monitoring. Basically, that was the underspending that happened on the workbooks at the end of last year, due to the fact that the workbooks payments ordinarily happen in the workbooks invoices come through in the last quarter of the financial year, meaning they come through in January to March, which is the first quarter of the school year, but which is our last quarter of the financial year. So some of the invoices came in too late in the year for them to be paid, and that's why when we applied for a rollover at Treasury, we could motivate for that, and that's the rollover we got. And on the other side, we got a rollover on infrastructure projects, 136 million, and it's also due to the same reason, and that's why at the end, the same reason, meaning to the fact that some of the invoices came in too late at the end of the financial year to be processed, and we were able to motivate that when we applied for rollover at Treasury. Then on the adjustment side, these are budget cuts, basically, that are mandatory from Treasury, and they amount to 1.9 billion. But as you can see, Chair, 1.9 billion of those budget cuts is on program 4, which is the bulk, and that program 4 is the program that carries our infrastructure grant, SIPG, meaning the city grant, as well as the EIG, which is the grant that we send to provinces to build schools. We can go to the next slide. The Chair, is the same information, except for the fact that on this slide, we're showing that information, whereas on the first slide, we were talking to the information per program. On this slide, we're showing the information per economic classification. Just to highlight the fact that the composition of employees was increased due to the fact that there was a salary increase of 7.5% last year across the board in government, and we were told by Treasury that we had to find funds within, and that's basically the shifting. The rest I won't talk to. The bulk, as I said earlier on, is transfer and subsidies at 1.7 billion. The bulk of it is it's actually the cut on the infrastructure budget. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, this slide, Chair, it's basically all the grants, the conditional grants. It shows that, Chair, that the bulk of the cuts were on conditional grants, but even out of that 1.7 billion, 1.5 billion of that is the education infrastructure grant. That's the grant that we transfer to provinces for them to build schools. So it's very relevant to the discussion of today with regards to infrastructure. Next slide, please. This one is basically the infrastructure, or the school's infrastructure backlogs grant. Whereas the EIG, which was showed on the other side, is a school's grant that we transfer to provinces. This is the in-house grant that we use to deal with inappropriate structures at provinces, and that's the one mainly that within the DBE we deal with on a day-to-day basis, whereas with the EIG, that amount is transferred to provinces for them to handle. And then the adjustment there, Chair, as you can see, there was a reduction of 316 million, even though we did get that rollover of 136 million, but in the final analysis, there was a net reduction from the original budget, total of 2.0 billion, to a final adjusted budget of 1.8 billion. So in the final analysis, that's about 1.2 billion reduction in 120, sorry. Yeah, I'm exaggerating the numbers. 120 million, sorry about that, reduction in our budget. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, Chair, at this juncture, I'll hand over to Ms. Diale to take over the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kuno. Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable DM, and honorable MECs. So that is my face. I'm going to request that I switch off the video as I start making the presentation, if it's in order.
Yes, that's fine, ma'am. Do that. But just before you proceed, I forgot to introduce myself. With basic education, we deal with each other quite often. But for the benefit of the colleagues from the provinces, my name is Fiso Buthelezi. I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Appropriations. You will be seeing the members of this committee when you start interacting with the presentation. Thank you. You may continue, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So in terms of the rollover, we wanted to indicate to honorable members that in terms of the SIBG, which the CFO has alluded to, originally the budget was 2.079 billion. Adjustment was indicated, and the rollover as well was indicated. Point number E, we are indicating that in the final analysis, the budget that we have available is 1.9 compared to the projections that we have received from our implementing agents. On point number E, they are slightly above what we have currently in the adjusted budget. Point number F, we are indicating where should we be in terms of the expenditure when we are looking at the straight line analysis. We should currently be at 67% of expenditure, and the certificates, and that is the value that has been realized on sites. We are at 1.5 billion, and currently, as when we prepared this presentation, the best figure was at 1.4 billion. That is the overall 74% of the adjusted budget. And we then compared to how are we doing with our expenditure this current financial year compared to the previous financial year. And when we look at where we ended in the previous financial year, right about now, we had spent 55% of the budget, and therefore there is quite a huge improvement when we compare that to where we are at the current financial year at 74%. And just to compare likes with likes, we have prorated and to indicate.
Sorry, CFO, sorry for this. Just so that we understand the numbers. When you say now, is it after 6 months or after 9 months?
Oh, apologies, Honorable Chair. That is at the end of the 8th month of the financial year. That is end of November.
Good.
Thank you. And when I also point number J, we have prorated so that we compare if the expenditure was 1.9 versus the budget this current financial year, which is 1.9, we would have spent 1 billion in November last year compared to the current financial year where we have spent 1.4 billion. The next slide, please. So in this particular slide, we are indicating we have 2 types of implementing agents. We have implementing agents where we are advancing tranches to so that they are able to pay the invoices as they come, and those are your KUHA, your DBSA, IDT, and in the previous financial years, we had Mhlatusi, Mhlatuzi Water, currently we have NECT. We also had in the past Rand Water as well as Eastern Cape Public Works. And we are indicating that the adjusted advance balance, which they still had in their books, was at 436 million. And compared to the budget in the current financial year, the adjusted budget, which is 1.9, what we are indicating in the next line of the cash outflow, we are therefore indicating the expenditure on BES as at the 23rd of November, which was at 1.4 billion, which I indicated in the previous slide, compared to the advance balance that I indicating in the top table there. So the cash outflow is at currently at 1.86 billion. And that means what we have available for the balance of the financial year is 53 million. And some of the points that we are making, point A, we are just reiterating the adjusted budget, which is 1.9 billion, and the cash outflow we're reiterating is 1.86 billion, and therefore the available budget is that 53 million that I indicated at the bottom how we reached that. And point number D, we are just emphasizing that DBE is monitoring expenditure patterns very carefully to minimize the risk of under expenditure due to unspent fund that is from those tranche balances that we are indicating on top there to take us to the end of the financial year. And we are also indicating that this budget that is not spent by the implementing agent, we will request them in time. We will ask them at the end of January that they return back the money to DBE so that we limit the risk of under expenditure. Next slide, please. In the next set of slides, we are giving a detailed report on both ASIDI and SAFE initiatives. So what we are indicating in this particular slide is that the first sub-program that we have is in appropriate structures, where we had 338 projects that we started with. Where are we at currently? 7 of those projects that are going to add towards our APP target. DBSA has just finalized the procurement processes of that, and internally at DBE, we are in the process of giving them approval to proceed with those projects. We are still intending to take some of the facilities in the current financial year so that we achieve our APP target. The other project that is going to add to our APP target is one project. It is called Riverview. It is in the Eastern Cape. It is between 76 and 99%. So we are going to take this particular school shortly. Oh, sorry, Honorable Chair. There was a sound that was coming there. But we are given the same information in terms of who are our implementing agents here. So the 7 schools I alluded to, that is DBSA, and the 10 schools, which is the 1 in appropriate school, and the 9 water projects are with IDT. The next slide, please. Here we are indicating where those projects are at in terms of the provinces. So the 7 schools we are indicating, 1 project is in the Eastern Cape, 1 is in Gauteng, 1 in KZN, 2 in Mpumalanga, 1 in Northwest, and 1 in Northern Cape. And majority of, in fact, all of the 7 projects are going to help us address issues of overcrowding. Next slide, please. This is a work breakdown structure in terms of the SAFE program that we have. So here we are indicating that the overall portfolio that we have on the SAFE, the top number there of 4707. Honorable members will remember the famous number that we started with on the left of 3898, and we further give a breakdown of some of the projects.
Sorry, Tsolo, can you explain what SAFE is? It's an acronym so that honorable members can follow, please.
I apologize, DG. So that is sanitation appropriate for education. So the number that we started with, the original figure was 3898, and when we further break down that particular number, what did not proceed for reasons that we have given is 1,116. And the reasons why some of those did not proceed is that some had to be closed because of the issues of rationalization and measures because of non-viability of those schools. And also the second reason that we are advancing is that some of those schools could not proceed because they did not meet the criteria of SAFE. After our detailed assessment, it was found that all that needed to happen there was the maintenance, and some of the projects we are indicating could not proceed because those schools were on private land, such as farmland, and some were cancelled because they were found that they had sufficient facilities for the learner enrollment that is currently there. And therefore, of the 3898, we proceeded with 2782. We also, on the right-hand side, we are indicating that we subsequently received additional SAFE schools. So those are projects that met as the criteria that were found as we were doing our monitoring visits, and they had not been attended to. So we had 809 in addition to that 3898. Out of the 809, we proceeded with the 607, and some did not proceed for similar reasons that we advanced on the left. And therefore, the total number that proceeded from our original SAFE schools as well as additional SAFE schools is 3,381. So that is 72% of that number. Now, the next blocks, we are indicating who is implementing some of those projects. On the left, we are indicating that some of those projects are implemented by some of our donors, some are implemented through EIG by our different provinces, and what we are implementing at DBE is on the right side. And we are implementing those through our implementing agents, DBSA, NECT, TMT, and CDC. Again, DBSA, Development Bank of Southern Africa, NEC, National Education Collaboration Trust, and the Mvula Trust, as well as Guha Development Corporation. And out of that, the number that then proceeded is 3381, and the schools that we have concluded when we presented, when we prepared this presentation is 2969, which is 88% of our portfolio. Next slide, please. Now, this particular slide indicates in terms of the projects that are still in implementation, we are indicating at what stages of implementation are those projects, starting from planning to tender to different stages of construction. So we are indicating on the summary there that 97 of those projects are still at planning, 48 at tender, and a number of those are at construction stages, 47, 83, 70, and 69. And all in all, the projects that we have completed is 29 4.69. And on the right-hand side, we are indicating who is implementing those projects. The next slide, please. Okay, we are just indicating that 412 of those projects are still at various stages of implementation, and DBE is managing the risk of project stoppages due to budget cuts and non-payment of service providers, as previously indicated. The next slide, please. So this slide gives the same information and broken down per province. So of note is just to indicate that Free State, we have completed all our projects, and in the Northwest, we have completed our projects. So the projects are still remaining in the Eastern Cape, in KZN, as well as in Limpopo, and overall progress is indicated in the far right there. Next slide, please. So implications of proposed reduction given the known backlogs. If we go to the next slide, we are just advancing. So this is on AIG. So we are giving per province here what per province was originally allocated and the total that was spent. I won't go line by line for the sake of time, but I'm indicating that the allocated budget was 12 billion and total spend is 8.6 billion, and budget available currently is 3.6 billion if I look at the bottom figure there. And therefore, when I look at the total spent by all the provinces, is 71%, and we can see a percentage spent by each of the provinces. The next slide, please.
Yeah, as you go to the next slide, ma'am, CFO, am I right? Yes. This is CFO, yeah?
Oh, apologies, Honorable Chair. This is Tsulu Fellow, and I am currently head of infrastructure.
Okay, okay, thanks, ma'am. You see, I like working with budgets. We're giving you a budget of 30 minutes to finish your presentations and 20 slides. I can see now we're on 22 slides. How much more time are we still going to need? DG? Because I've got MECs here who must also come in and so on. How much more time do you need? You have already overshot your budget. Come again, DG?
DG, I think I had 5 minutes. Let me just wrap up in the next 5 minutes, Honorable Chair, if you allow.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So I will not go through this particular slide. Therefore, it is just to indicate the programs that is implemented by different implementing agents, their target, and what have been achieved. If you go to the next slide, please. This is just the progress that we are indicating per province, and we are indicating how many projects they were doing, how many at planning, at tender, how many at construction, and how many packaged projects, and at PC as well as at final completion. The next slide, please. And this is just to indicate the programs that different provinces are doing, so I will not go through that. Next slide, please. So here we are just indicating some of the implications. I will give some highlight. The first one, the first bullet is basically the ability of the sector to meet the target as set by the regulation. So the budget cuts will obviously reduce some of the numbers that we have. And point number 2 is that the sector is currently developing plans to address overcrowding, and therefore some of the budget cuts will impede on those. The next slide, please. So these are just some of the implications that we are advancing. So I won't go through all of them. If we go to the next set of slides, we are just indicating the monitoring that is currently happening, and that is where the DG is currently at. If you proceed, we are indicating the number of visits that we are doing. So that is just at contractual level, who is involved in our projects and the monitoring that is happening at various stages. If you go to the next slide, please. Okay, we can go to the next one. That is just progress on site and some of the salient observations that we are finding on sites. If we continue. Please proceed. Yeah, so these are some of the number of visits that we have done. In total, we have done, DG has done 3,536, the infrastructure unit 845, and we have a program support unit that has done 10,000 overall. If we go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so those are just some of the pictures, and the impact of the monitoring has been shared with the honorable members. You can go through that at your leisure. Thank you, Chair. I will stop here. Thank you. We recommend that the Standing Committee note the progress. Thank you, DG. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister. That's our presentation. I'm sorry that we've gone over the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DPE, Honorable Deputy Minister, and the DG and the staff who presented. I'm told that Honorable Ms. Fraser, MEC Education KZN, has just joined us. You're welcome, MEC. Let's go to the let's go to the Free State and allow MEC of Education, Honorable Mohale, to and the team for presentations. Quickly, remember, I said 15 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Can on this one, can I insist that before MEC proceed, would like to see the MEC on the screen? You may take off the presentation for now, Darren. MEC are going to be able just to show face to the people of South Africa. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, Chair. Good morning to you and members of the committee.
Sure.
Thanks. We like to thank this opportunity to come and make this presentation as a province of the Free State. With me, I have the acting CFO as well as the Chief Director, Infrastructure, and other Chief Directors, Mr. Claudius, the acting DDG for Corporate Service. With your leave, Chair, if you allow, I may suggest that you grant them opportunity to start with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. You may switch off your video. Thank you very much. It's good seeing you, and you're all welcome with your team.
That you are a leader, person. You always make me smile and laugh.
Welcome, Honorable Mlenzana. MEC, let's proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning. My name is Molehe Jacob Lidibani, Acting CFO, Free State Education. Thanks to the honorable members of the committee, MECs around the province, the DM, Dr. Maule from DBE, and all the colleagues, HODs around the province. I'll go through the slides up to slide 5, then I'll hand over to Mr. Tato Ntunya, who will deal with the part of infrastructure, pure infrastructure. Next slide, please. If you can, to go straight to slide 3, because slide 2 is just the presentation layout. Slide 3, please. Thank you, Chair. Chair, in terms of the request that we stick to 20 slides, we tried that, so I would say these slides 3 and 4 will cover all the 5 years. However, technically we have got 17 slides. In terms of this slide, Chair, we're showing from 2018-19 to 2020-21. In terms of 2018-19, the Chair will see that our challenge was under public ordinary schools, where we overspent with 280.2 million. And the biggest chunk of that overspending was under compensation of employees with 186.5 million. When you go to the next slide, the next column, sorry, Chair, you would see that in terms of 1920, our overspending was also under public ordinary schools, education with 96.8 million, and the biggest chunk of overspending was under compensation of employees, and a small part of it was under transfers and subsidies, which is our leave gratuity. Chair, I must just qualify why the program 2 every time is because of the fiscal consolidation where the budget cuts took place around the country. So as a result, when we fund, we have always underfunded compensation of employees, and a portion of the budget, and we take it from program 2, and portion of the budget we fund our national and provincial priorities, as well as the running costs in terms of the department. So when you go to the last column, which is 2020-21, there we overspent only under compensation of employees. However, in total, we did not overspend. We spent at 98.94%. And that's the year of the COVID, Chair. So somehow we were constrained in terms of our expenditure. Otherwise, we would have overspent very badly also. Next slide, please. Coming to slide 4, Chairperson. Here we're showing 2021-22 as well as 2022-23, the last 2 years of the 5 years. Here also our situation got worse. Public ordinary schools education overspent with 321.865 million, and as well as in ECD with 6.3 million. But in total, the department overspent with 201.6 million. But the biggest chunk, like I said earlier, is 349.7 million. On the year that ended 31st March this year, our department spent 98.2%. However, our compensation of employees was overspent with 29.6 million. And at the bottom, that other portion is our losses that were related to the write-offs in terms of the staff deaths, but here it's only the deceased cases. So that is why we have that under the financial assets. However, Chair, what needs to be explained is these why compensation of employees every time overspend is because for the past 5 or 6 years, 6 or 7 years, the department was unable to fund the budget fully because the unauthorized expenditure of the department because of compensation of employees overspending was approved without funding, which we understand when we accept the circumstances within the province. So as a result, every year it will form the first charge of the budget. So as a result, it led to this overspending every year that we have explained. And when you go to slide 5, Chair, it's the explanation that I've just given. In terms of the first bullet that says the department has been overspending on compensation of employees over the years. It's been years that this has been happening, but it's because of the fiscal consolidation in terms of the budget cuts that have been taking place across the country. And also we say the COE overspent due to the unauthorized expenditure that I've just explained, which was approved without funding, but this is because of a treasury not having reserves, so they are unable to assist, which we also understand. The wage agreement also was a challenge. However, what we appreciate is that at least we received a portion of money that will relieve our overspending in terms of the year that will end next year, March. Then also the fourth bullet there, we're explaining why overspending of 100 million under household. Here we're also clearing, generalizing the unauthorized expenditure. That year we generalized it under transfers and subsidies instead of under compensation of employees. And the last part is how the department managed to function over the years is because we have been reducing compensation of employees in order to fund operational budget, national and provincial priorities on an annual basis. But how we survive also, we make sure that towards the end of the financial year, which is around towards the end of January, then February and March, we make sure that we avoid to issue new orders except for the grants, so that we are able to cushion the department towards the end of the financial year and make sure that because we have been operating an overdraft for years, so that has come down as well. And for the past financial year that has ended March, that's why we ended up not having any unauthorized expenditure that was recorded in terms of our expenditure, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Mr. Taton Tunya, who's the Chief Director for Infrastructure. Chair, thank you very much.
Thanks, CFO. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee. Good morning to the DM, MECs, HODs, and colleagues. My name is Taton Tunya, as introduced by Ntatel Diban. Chair, on the next slide, we are going to illustrate the expenditure over the past 5 years. For 18-19, we have spent 84% of the grant, 19-20, 87%, 20-21, we have spent 100%, 21-22, we've spent 94%, 22-23, we've spent 81%, 23-24, as at 15th of November, we're at 60. When I checked this morning, we are sitting at 67%, which is in line with the norm of November, Chair. The important takeaway, Chair, is that of all in all our performance, we managed to secure rollovers because there were commitments towards the projects and invoices for work done. Next slide. In terms of backlog for mud schools and schools without water, we only have 2 schools in the province, Chair, that are still utilizing pit latrines. And these are mainly because of availability of water. So what we have done, we have secured the services of boreholes and overnight water tanks to help the school to migrate to waterborne toilets. The schools are Klorong and Arang in Kwakwa, Maluta, Pufu. There's currently no operational schools in the province that has got mud schools and no electricity and no water. All our schools have got access to the main grid, electricity, and the main grid water. Currently, we've got 1 school that is completely constructed of inappropriate material, which is asbestos. That is Chabatuse Primary School in Dennisville. The school has been assigned to IDT, the Independent Development Trust, to eradicate this inappropriate material. Next slide. Then on the utilization of the ASIDI grant, Chair, in 2013, all our ASIDI projects in the province were started. To date, we have completed 30 schools in the province that were made out of inappropriate structures. Below is the summary for the schools. The main implementing agents were DBSA, IDT, and ourselves as the province. In Fezile-Dabi, we had 8 schools to the tune of 311 million. Lejuele Putswa 1 to the value of 24 million. In Motheo, we had 8 schools to the value of 286. In Thabo Mfusanyane, we had 5 schools to the value of 220 million. Garib, we had 8 schools to the value of 310. Total brings it to 30, and the financial implications is 1.1 odd billion. These schools are completed as we speak, Chair. Utilization of the ASID in terms of basic services. This was the second component of the ASID grant. We've got a second batch of basic services to the value of 18.9 million, which were implemented by ourselves as a department. The graph seeks to illustrate we've got 36 in terms of electricity, we've got 25 in terms of water, and we've got 3 in terms of sanitation. They are now at final stages. We are busy with DBE to submit our final accounts and close out the reports. Next slide. Then on EIG, Chair, we are currently implementing projects in-house through the help of the professional service providers. And we currently have 2 implementing agents, namely Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Development Bank of South Africa. We are in the process of concluding a MOA with IDT to help us implement our programs. The Public Works has been assigned to deal with only new schools, new capital new schools, as well as new hostels. DBSA has got various programs ranging from new schools, upgrades and additions, refurbishment and condition assessment, as well as maintenance. Next slide. Then ourselves, we are dealing with upgrades and additions to deal with oversubscription and overcrowding in our schools. Then refurbishment for scheduled and unscheduled maintenance. IDT will also help us with upgrades and additions as well as refurbishments. Next slide. The utilization of EIG, this is now the project pipeline as per the slides above. These are projects that are implemented by Public Works. We've got Tromsbeck, construction of a hostel at 18%, Tromsbeck construction of a new school at 19%. Chair, this is a special school. Learners with a profound are accommodated in the province. Oranjekrag, construction of a hostel at 52%. Bitumelong, it's a special school at 29%. It's a hostel. Next slide. Leboning, it's a special school, Chair. We're sitting at 96. Siheto, we have terminated here. We are going to get the service of a replacement contractor. Then Katlahumpumelelo, it's a hostel, it's a school. It's sitting at 89. Father Baling, it's a school, new school at 28%. DR Sello, it's a new school at 96%. Next slide. For Gelfontein, the contractor has been terminated. Department of Public Works is replacing the contractor. Morena Tsuisi, it's a new school. We are sitting at 27%. Breda, it's a new school, sitting at 70%. Next slide. Arbeidsgenoot, it's a new school sitting at 82%. Bergman, new school at 1%. Matlafalang, it's a new school sitting at 68%. Zibaulwazi at 17%. It's a new technical school. In terms of upgrades and additions, refurbishment as well as maintenance, we are building various facilities ranging from classrooms, great art classrooms, new ablutions, the halls, the nutrition centers. We are also upgrading existing schools to deal with inappropriate facilities, replace with permanent structures. Renovations and refurbishments for scheduled maintenance, we do that as well, Chair. Repairs and maintenance to facilities, both unscheduled and scheduled. This is the IDMS progress report as at the 31st of October. We do it monthly. This month's report will be available at the end of the month from tomorrow. We've got, in terms of programs, various nature of investments ranging from new schools up to ECD, new infrastructure. The total number of projects are 288, Chair, in our pipeline. So for 24-25, we've got 129, and then over the MTF, we've scheduled our planning for the new projects to start to feed the pipeline. Next slide. Then the impact on the proposed baseline reduction in terms of EIG, Chair. We had an approval of rollover for 2023, which has assisted a great deal. An approval was to the tune of 179 million, despite the 118 top slice, the cut that we have experienced. The net result of the rollover and the top slice left us with plus 61 million for us to make sure that we honor.
Mr. Ntunya?
Yes, Chair.
You can see that you are now on slide 23, which is above 20 slides. Can you try to...
Sure, I'll wrap up, Chair.
Yeah,
I'll wrap up. Then we also deal with it by managing the procurement and appointment process by spreading it over the financial years. Next slide. Thank you, Chair. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much, MEC Mohale and the team. I'll then allow Honorable MEC Fraser from KwaZulu-Natal to make a presentation. MEC, we requested that.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, MEC, just a second. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the esteemed
MEC.
committee,
MEC,
Deputy Minister,
MEC,
Minister of Finance, Honorable Kotongwane,
MEC,
the ministers in the meeting, fellow MECs, Director General, Mr. Moeli, HODs and DDGs, all government officials, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable
MEC,
Chair, may I be allowed to switch off the camera so that I'm clear?
Yeah, that's fine. MEC, can you hear me? MEC, can you hear me? MEC, can you hear me?
Yeah, it doesn't look like the MEC hears you.
Yeah. Head of Department, Mr. Nobo, can you hear me?
Honorable Chair. Am I audible?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you
hear me?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning.
Okay.
We are honored.
MEC? Honorable MEC?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Sorry, just a second before you proceed, right? I just wanted, because I know you did say that you were going to come in later. Just to say, as the introduction that I made quickly for your good self, I introduced the committee, Standing Committee on Appropriations. That is the committee which deals with the expenditures and of government. So we decided to have you, MECs from 4 provinces, to understand exactly what is happening on the issues that we raised. And the purpose is very clear, that we should understand if there are hurdles and see what's happening with those hurdles, what you can do together with the National Department and we as Parliament, where can we come in. So that's the whole purpose. But thank you very much for coming in. You are most welcome. We had said that we would like to limit the presentation to 20 slides. And if we can finish the presentation in 15 minutes, we'll be taking questions after all of you have made your presentations. So you'll be able again to expand on some issues. But thank you very much, MEC. You are most welcome. You are most welcome to Cape Town. So just imagine you're in Cape Town. You are allowed, you can switch off your video. At least people of South Africa have seen you. Let's proceed with the presentation. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. We are very much honored to appear before this distinguished committee to account for the infrastructure programs in KwaZulu-Natal in our pursuit of providing a safe, conducive teaching and learning environment in over 6,000 schools across our province. Honorable Chair, over the past 5 financial years, the KwaZulu-Natal Department has consistently spent its entire budget. This reflects the scale of our education system and the substantial infrastructural demands that our province encounters. Despite enduring continuous budget reductions, including a substantial cut of approximately 497.2 million in 2020-2021 financial year, our commitment to efficient management and fiscal discipline remains steadfast. Chair, the department has ensured that all schools in the province are either connected to the national grid or powered by alternative sources, such as solar panels and generators. Concerning water supply, our schools benefit from municipal reticulation, tankering by district, municipality, and boreholes. The department also is implementing a borehole programs as part of efforts to ensure a consistent water supply, particularly in schools facing challenges with municipal reticulation and the cost of reliance on water tankers. Chair, considerable progress has been achieved in the eradication of pit latrines, with 1,263 out of the initial identified 1,377 schools in KwaZulu-Natal. The final set of 60 schools is currently in various stages of construction. Hopefully, we will finish by March. Chair, the department opted not to proceed with the upgrade of ablution facilities in small and non-viable schools, since we are in a period whereby we are trying to transform those schools. Instead, mobile facilities have been provided while enrollment is being monitored. Regrettable, the education infrastructure grant faces a budget cut of 296 million in the 2023-2024 financial year, equating to 10.1% of the total grant. This reduction impacts the refurbishment, renovations, and rehabilitation program, initially budgeted at approximately 1.3 billion, but now standing at just over 1 billion. The main contributor to this program is the rehabilitation of schools with asbestos, as well as those damaged by inclement weather conditions such as storms and flooding. Amongst other programs that are going to be affected are the 373 projects for storm-damaged schools, where professional service providers were already working on tender documentation and preparing to go out on tender. The impact of the recent budget cuts means that these 373 projects will not proceed to the construction stage, Honorable Chair. Looking ahead, there is a risk of over-expenditure in the 2024-2025 financial year, as 105% of the adjusted budget is already committed to ongoing projects which are in the construction stage, as well as practical and final completion stages. The department is taking measures to address this risk, including not introducing new projects into the construction stage and not immediately responding to storm damage, nor providing interim measures such as mobile classrooms and toilets where required, which is affecting our teaching and learning. Fiscal discipline will also be strengthened through a monitoring of cash flows, on-site progress, and the performance of implementing agents, contractors, and other stakeholders. Chairperson, one of our concerns is that the repercussions of these budget cuts may give rise to service delivery protest and compromise the teaching and learning environment. Additionally, job creation and SMME's development targets are not going to be met, as the department will no longer be able to undertake some of the planned infrastructure. Honorable Chair, allow me to introduce DDG Corporate Services Advocate Masuku, who is in for the HOD. Then we also have our CFO and also the DDG Infrastructure, Weziwe Hadebe, who's going to use the remaining 10 minutes in ensuring that she gives the specifics. Thank you, Chair.
They may proceed, MEC.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Select Committee. I'm trying to put my face, but it's not allowing on. The MEC has already made remarks. I'm Advocate Masuku as introduced, but our report will be the details that she has not covered in terms of rands and science, in terms of statistics and data, will be presented by the DDG responsible for institutional development, support and infrastructure in the department. I want to indicate that our report will focus mainly on the issues that were raised. We had to report on in terms of the letter we received from the committee on the 14th of November. So we'll focus on that. If there are issues that we need to add and members want us to then talk to, we can always do so. But for now, we have only focused on that. So I'll ask Mrs. Hadebe, the DDG, to then give a report, taking into account the MEC has already covered a lot of ground on the issues that are in the report. She may therefore not go to all the details, but she will only cover those areas where the details were not part of the report of the MEC. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Advocate. Can I request that the host allow us to share the reports so that our administrator can share the reports? We are unable to share at this point. If the host can allow us. Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members and Deputy Minister, all MECs present, and all colleagues from all other provinces. Ms. Mhlongo, can you then share after you have been given them the right to share? But can I continue, Honorable Chairperson, because of time? Our presentation will look at the spending trends for the department, spending inefficiencies, electricity and water provision to schools, the issue of latrines, the impact on the reduction of the grant and the mitigation strategies, as well as legal implication. Chairperson, the issue of assets and...
Yes, Honorable Tobias. Honorable Tobias, can't hear you. Please call me on the side and let's allow them to continue with the presentation.
Yeah. Who's sharing now? Who is who's going to share from the department so that it can give the rights?
It's Nelly Swamhlongo.
Nelly Swamhlongo, okay.
Yep.
Honorable Tobias, please talk to me on the phone and let's allow the presentation. Honorable Tobias, talk to me.
Okay. Yes, Chair, I'll talk to you on the phone. That's okay.
Please.
I'm trying to call you.
Please, okay. Please continue, Ms. and the team.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The issues of ACD and SAFE, as well as the project plan rollovers, were part of the DBE report, as those are DBE-led programs. And then moving on to slide 3, the department has received the letter from the Standing Committee on Appropriations, which is dated 14th of November 2023, and the letter requested that the department provide a report on how it has been spending for the past 5 years, and then to also indicate the update on the eradication of pin latrines, and also indicate why the dates have been moving. And then on slide 4, we're indicating that we're also continuing to say were also requested as the department to report on the impact of the proposed baseline reduction of the grant, and then include the measures to mitigate such impact. And then going to slide 5, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, were indicating the purpose of the meeting, of the report, to say this report seeks to provide responses requested by the Standing Committee on Appropriation as indicated in their letter dated 14, and also to request that the committee notes that responses on DBE-led programs such as ASIDI, safe rollovers are attached as part of the DBE, and DBE has responded on those. And then on slide 6, we are indicating, Honorable Chairperson and members, the spending trends for the past 5 years, where we are indicating that 18-19, the department spent 106%, and 19-20 we also fully spent with just above 0.4%, and 2021, which was our COVID year, we spent 100%. We recall, Honorable Chairperson and members, that this is the year where the department experienced the cut of 496 million from the grant, and then in 21-22 again we spent the budget, and then the last year, which is 22-23, we spent 100% as well. So this is the past 5 years as indicated. And then moving on to slide 7, Honorable Chairperson and members, were indicating the letter also expected the department to indicate what we're going to do with inefficiencies contained in the AGE report, but they were indicating that as KZN, there were no spending inefficiencies that were identified by the AG. And the AG, if you go to the AG report, the final management report, we'll see that on item 43, which is contained on page 10, that is indicated. And then on slide 8, on electricity, provision of electricity to schools, we're indicating that, Honorable Chairperson, all our schools have a power supply. Where there is no electricity from our national grid, we then provide alternative energy sources like your solar, like your generators, and so forth. We're also indicating to the meeting that as the department, we're also undertaking the program where we're upgrading the existing electricity. For example, where we've added additional teaching and learning spaces, where we've added specialized rooms and so forth, and then we need to upgrade electricity. In other instances, we are maintaining the electricity as a result of the vandalism that we're experiencing in our schools. And then on page 9, on slide 9, we are then indicating that as part of the program that I've just mentioned above, Honorable Chairperson, we have completed about 2 schools under upgrade and maintenance of electricity supply, and then we are at pre-construction with 23, and the ones that are in the pre-construction, in fact, Honorable Chairperson, the various committees have finalized their procurement process, and we are due to finish those before the end of the current financial year. But then on slide 10, we are indicating that as part of our stakeholder engagements, Chairperson, we have been in communication with COCTA, and that has resulted in us getting donation of generators from the Chinese embassy, and those generators will then are earmarked to be installed at the boarding schools so that we ensure that we have backup supplies, because those schools have our learners at 24 hours. And we are just indicating on the slide on the right-hand side to say we have selected in the main the special schools, because they are needy, and you'll see that the names of the schools that will benefit, for example, Mkongundlovu, our boarding school, which is a new town, and Open Gate would benefit, and Herikwala, our special schools, which is a boarding school as well, it's Vulega, and then the list is indicated. I'm not going to go through the list, Honorable Chair, because of time. And then moving on to slide 7, where we're talking about water provision, MEC have touched on that, but what I would just indicate in terms of the status on the whole program, especially on schools that were dependent on district municipalities supplying water to them, I must indicate that, Chairperson, to say most of our municipalities in the province are now experiencing a capacity in terms of providing water to our schools, although they are doing their best. And then we're indicating to say we've then completed 620 schools with new boreholes, and we're finalizing the 218 in terms of the borehole installation. And then on the pit latrines, which is now on slide 12, we're indicating that as a province we had slide 12, and as a province we had 13377, and then we have completed 1263, and we're under construction with 60 schools, and 54 were closed due to their due to them not being viable. I'm now on slide 13, Ms. Mhlongo. The screen also still shows slide 11, but I'll continue with my hard copy on slide.
Don't continue, ma'am. Let's go to slide 13.
Okay.
So that we were able to move with you. I was busy looking here and saying,
okay.
Can you go to
Ms.
slide
Mhlongo,
13?
can you move?
Nothing coming?
Yeah, even on my side.
Where's the talk to us? Are you winning? What's happening?
Okay, let me talk. Although I don't see anything, but I have a hard copy, Honorable Chairperson. I'm seeing. Yeah, I'll continue with my hard copy. On slide 13, we're indicating that
sorry, just before that, Secretary Mashile, can you please sort out as we allow the presentation to proceed? Just see how you coordinate that. Thank you. Proceed, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there's something coming up, but very small. But let me continue, Chairperson. Slide 13 in the. Okay, let me wait a bit because it looks like they are getting it right. Thank you so much. Slide 13 is about the 60 under construction. We're indicating that there are 38 of those which are between 76 and 99% construction in terms of completion, and we are anticipating to finish those by the 14th of December. And then there are 14 of those are between 51 and 75% in terms of their completion statuses, and we are anticipating to finish those by 31st of Jan next year. And then 8 are between 1 and 50%, and those will be completed between 28 February and 31st of March next year. And then the challenges that made the deadline to shift was, one, the issue of the distortion by business forum in local municipalities, especially in districts like your Umkhanyakude, not Umkhanyakude, your King Etwayo, South Coast, Ugu district, and Zululand. And then the budget issues, and then the effect of the COVID, especially the first batch that was implemented during the time where contractors had to shut down, as well as the community unrest in some of the districts. But we are continuing to engage SAPS, and they are assisting us a lot. And then slide 14, we're indicating now the impact of the cut, starting with the cut for the 23-24, which from the grant, which is 296, that is 10.1% of our grant. And that cut in the current financial year, Honorable Chairperson and members, it affected in the main, the program that is dealing with refurb and rehab, and that is about 296. That category had 1.3, and now it is 1.01 million. And then in the main, that program deals with the storm damages, deals with repairs and renovation to our existing schools, deals with replacement of asbestos, as well as civil and structural defects. So those are programs are residing within that category. And then we will then indicating to say there are projects within that category which we are not going to make them graduate to the construction stage. However, we're closely monitoring the situation so that we are always within the budget, and so that we don't have schools that would be affected. And then the impact is that the 373 projects which were at design development, as well as tender ready. Now we are not going to proceed with those. But what we've done as a province chairperson, because we needed to be in control of the entire situation, we've engaged with our internal CFO in terms of the possibility, looking at the possibility of getting the funding through the equitable share, so that this project can move to the next stage. And our CFO is currently looking at that. And then slide 16, we're just indicating to say, slide 16, to say we've got 300 under design development, and then we've got 73 under pre-tender stage. That was slide 16. Moving on to slide 17, Andre Dieren is slide 17. The impact of the reduction of the EIG and mitigation that is now in the current financial year, which is 24-25. The trick with the 24-25 cut, Honorable Chairperson, is that it did not affect one category like the current financial year's one, where it only affected the refurb. This one is going to affect all programs like your new schools, your repairs, your upgrade and addition, and so forth. And then we are indicating to say the program shows that there is 105 projects that are already contracted and committed, and those are currently on site. But what we have then done, we've been engaging with our implementing agent, with our contractor, especially on the major projects, to say they need to readjust and reschedule their construction program so that we are within the budget. So that's a matter that we are monitoring on a continuous basis. On slide 18 is indicating to say a majority of our stock, Chairperson, is sitting under construction, with us having to introduce a number of projects to site from the various program on slide 18, since it's 24-25, and I've indicated earlier that is affecting all programs. And then on slide 19, we're indicating the impact now on the 24-25, to say we are not planning to introduce, especially on the first quarter of the 24-25, because we'll be monitoring the cash flows on slide 19. Darren, we are not going to introduce the new schools into construction, and we'll monitor that. But what we have done as well, luckily, this is the strategy that we've been doing as a province, but we are then saying we'll have to strengthen it. For example, we need to say, because there are cash flow committees where we'll then say the cash flow committees must sit on for the program to sit on a regular basis to manage and control the cash flow for the project, and also to check what is happening on site, and then continuous engagement with implementing agent, of which I've indicated that. And then what we're then going to do, we'll continue to do, is to ensure that the implementing agent, before they advertise and before they award, they get a concurrence from the department, so that we can table those proposed awards and proposed advertisement to the cash flow committee and see whether that is still affordable, especially because the cut is 10.1 6%, and we have communicated those measures with our implementing agent, so they will then request us to for us to check whether it is still within our affordability. And then on slide 19, Darren, on risk, the risk of the risk the budget cuts will expose the department to the following risks. To say there might be a service delivery protest by local municipalities, especially on the project that the communities were aware that they were about to be awarded. But we're engaging and we'll continue to engage the communities, Honorable Chairperson and members. And then the other risk could be the compromised teaching and learning environment to our schools, and that the department won't be able to meet the target in terms of job creation and then SME development, as well as the timelines for the programs. And that department is likely to have accruals in the 25-26, but we will continue to manage the situation with our CFO as well as the cash flow committee members. And then the legal implication is that the litigation by pressure groups due to non-compliance with norms and standards, if that's what we're anticipating, but we obviously were engaging with those stakeholders, and then the litigation by service providers due to the anticipation of anticipated late payments. But we have engaged that with our implementing agent to say we need to ensure that what is on site is what is affordable. And then the recommendation is that the committee notes on slide 22, notes the contents of the report, notes that the issues of rollovers on ASID were part of the DBE report, and note the mitigation strategies that we have put in place to ensure that we are within the budget and we manage the effect of the budget cut. And then the committee to note the potential risk of the budget cut on the IEG that will have on the communities. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. This is the end of the provincial report, KZN, where we're indicating the impact of the EIG cut for current year and next financial year. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Fraser and the team, thank you for the presentation. Can you then take Honorable Lerole Ramahanya from Limpopo to take us through their presentation? Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. You're most welcome. Limpopo.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I'm sure I'm visible. It's just that the presentation came in.
No. Sorry, MEC. Let them.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Okay, they started with the presentation before I started.
There you go.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. And let me also take this time to greet the DM, the DG, and the colleagues, other honorable MSCs in the platform from other provinces. Honorable Chair, let me indicate that in the platform, I'm also with the HOD and the team from infrastructure, who the HOD will then delegate them, or she will then lead in terms of the presentation. But like other colleagues, Honorable Chair and the members, we know that there were issues that were already in the public space when it comes to commitments that we have made towards eradicating pit latrines in the province, but also the commitments towards infrastructure. But also, I think as the DM presented, did indicate that as we build new schools, there are challenges that we need to add with the technology and everything advancing. Our targets always shift because in towns or even in rural areas, we need to start to build schools that will speak to the technology and the recent times that we are living in. So I'm going to ask, through your permission, the HOD to lead the team that will be presenting. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. HOD Mayor Dederen, over to you.
Thanks, MEC.
Well, thank you very much, MEC. And let me greet the Honorable Chairperson, the DM, and the honorable members that are in the platform, the DG, and HODs and other officials. We prepared the presentation in line with the brief that we received from the committee. So our presentation really focuses on infrastructure, and we are also not going to present on the ASIDI and SAFE programs, as these were covered by the DBE presentations. I'm going to request Mr. Malachi, the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure in the province, to present on our behalf. Mr. Malachi.
Thank you very much, HOD. Good morning to the Honorable Chair of the committee, honorable members, the DM, senior officials, and everybody in the meeting. My name is already introduced by the HOD, I'm Isaac Malachi. The presentation is
already beamed there. This is our presentation outline. We'll look at the background financial performance in the past 5 years, analysis of the financial performance, provision of electricity to schools, water, appropriate toilets, the schools depending on pit latrines, demolition of basic pit latrines in schools. We've also included a slide on donor-funded projects and the impact of the budget adjustment and mitigations and risks. And then recommendation. Next slide. This is the background. This is taken as per the letter that we have received, inviting us to actually appear before the committee. We have included here salient points which have actually been covered in terms of the presentation. Next slide. Yes, in terms of the financial performance in the past 5 years by the province, in 18-19, on the infrastructure budget, we expended 94.2, achieved the expenditure of 94.2%. In 2019-20, 67%, and 2021, 87%, 2021, 22, 84, and the past financial year, we were actually able to achieve the expenditure of 99.8% on our infrastructure spending. So we have been had some challenges, but we have been increasing the expenditure and stabilizing the increase steadily. Next slide. This is the graph just which depicts our spending patterns in the past 5 years. You will see we had some challenges around 1920, but our spending has been improving steadily. And in the past financial year, we were actually able to achieve almost 100% of the spending, a trend which actually will continue in this current financial year, as our spending actually has been going on very well. We actually have been spending above projections even before we actually experienced the budget cut. Next slide. This slide deals with the analysis of the financial performance over the past 5 years. As we've already alluded to this matter, the department has struggled a bit in the past years to spend the infrastructure budget to 100%. But we have indicated that, as we have shown on the graph before this slide, that the expenditure has been actually improving, and in the past financial year, it was actually at almost 100%. So in terms of the reasons that we looked at for the challenges that we were having with the financial performance over the years, we had issues around the non-performance of IAs, contractors, effects of the replacement contractor appointment processes, the disruptions of projects by business forums. Well, we also had a few years back effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and issues around, overcommitment of mobile classroom service providers. Next slide. In terms of our mitigation of the reasons that we have advanced above to try and turn around the situation and ensure that we improve the spending and stabilize it over the next coming years, we were able to, in 2021, through the permission of the province, to actually acquire the infrastructure technical resource unit, which has provided much needed additional technical capacity. We're able to close the gaps which we had in terms of capacity. They are assisting us a great deal in terms of, managing and monitoring projects and ensuring that we improve across the whole value chain. The next issue is the department. You know, we spoke about the effect of the appointment of replacement contractors. When contractors are not performing, we have to obviously use the form of the contract, and some of those decisions might actually lead to you terminating contractors, which is we have to terminate when contractors are not performing. But the challenge is that you are going to have to take a bit of time to procure replacement contractors. So this panel of contractors is actually assisting us to actually shorten those turnaround times in terms of appointment of replacement contractors. But generally, just the procurement in general, we are able to actually improve our turnaround times. What we have also started implementing is monitoring the financial performance of implementing agents on a monthly basis, so that we can be able to pick up where they are we're not spending in line with the projections and encourage improvement. Strict application of the form of contract where contractors are not performing as expected, and the AOD also holds quarterly progress review meetings with the implementing agents to discuss their performance, and in cases where there's persistent transgressions, we do consequence management, like reducing the period of their SLAs, such things. Next slide. In terms of provision of electricity to schools, we only have three schools in the province, which when we did our assessment, we found that they do not have connection of electricity. And one of those schools, which is Asiphumelele Special School, has actually has a major infrastructure project that is going on. We have handed over the project to the contractor. The contractor is currently busy. So the connection of this electricity will take place through that major infrastructure project. The other two schools, we have started plans to provide them with alternative energy sources because they are not connected to the national electricity grid, and this will be done before the end of the financial year. This is just a breakdown. I think we have listed all the districts in the province, but it's only three schools which are in Sekhukhune South District. Next slide. In terms of school without water, we have this current year provided already. We targeted 30 schools, but we were able to actually cover about 50 schools up to this point, which we have provided with water infrastructure, which would include, because we are predominantly a dry province, to drill borehole and then provide the schools with a proper water storage. 2 schools have been covered, and we have already provided a breakdown of those schools per district on the right. Next slide. Provision of appropriate toilets to schools. We have 3,671 schools in the province, the total number. This is the total number of operational schools. Obviously, the number would change from time to time owing to the rationalization process. We have 2,000 out of the 3,771 schools. We have 2,514 schools that we have already provided with appropriate toilets. These schools are assessed in line with the plan that we have submitted to court on the Komapi case, which is divided into 3 priorities. Priority 1, which schools which are completely reliant on basic pits. Priority 2 is schools that have some appropriate toilets alongside basic pits, and priority 3 is schools that are compliant and they don't need additional appropriate toilets. We've got 257 projects that are in construction currently to provide schools with sanitation facilities. And these schools are actually across the 3 priorities. Next slide. Schools depending on pit latrines. Yes, out of these schools, we are now discussing schools that are only depending on pit latrines. They don't have any other form of appropriate toilets. There were 566 schools when we started the verification, as expressed in the Komapi case implementation plan as priority 1. And the number is as per verifications in June 2023. To this end, we have completed 486 schools, which signifies 86%. These 486 schools have been provided with appropriate toilets alongside with water infrastructure, and they are operational. The schools are actually currently enjoying the use of appropriate toilets at these schools. We've got 80 schools that are still in planning and construction. 11 schools are in planning. These are set to be completed in April 2024. And we also have 89 schools that are currently in construction. And the progress breakdown is as indicated below. We've got 16 between 0 and 25. We've got 5 between 26 and 50. We've got 26 between 51 and 75%. And then we've got 22 between 76 and 99%. Next slide. Yes, this slide deals with the demolition of basic pits in schools. We have realized that as much as we are making strides in providing schools with proper and appropriate sanitation, we still have a lot of schools which have got the prevalence of basic pit latrines, which are continuously on a day-to-day basis posing a risk to our learners. So we have actually embarked on a program to demolish all the basic pits that are existing in schools, because most of the time they are there, but they are not being used. So the department has managed to appoint contractors, and these contractors have taken up sites. They are busy, they are visiting the schools, conducting assessments and dislodging toilets, because we have to dislodge them before we do the demolition, and then the demolition will take place. In terms of the progress, we've got 1,553 schools which still had prevalence and remnants of basic pit latrines. And we have contractors, they have started, 581 schools have been assessed, and 195 schools have been dislodged, and we have demolished 94 basic pit toilets, basic pit toilets in 94 schools. So this program is continuing. Next week we'll take stock of the progress again, and these numbers will continue, will actually increase. Next slide. Okay, this slide is the projects that we have been able to attend to through donor funding, construction of appropriate sanitation, as well as provision of water infrastructure. It is 50 schools. So I think we'll just go through the slides. I won't go through the schools one by one. Next slide. The schools are 50 in number. Next slide, please. The next slide. These are the schools that we have attended through donor funding. The schools are actually 50 in number. Okay, this is the impact. We're just showing the impact of the budget adjustment and mitigation. I think what is important on this slide is the red colored part, which actually shows the adjusted appropriation on the EIG. The amount of 182,338 million has been cut from the EIG, and as a result, we had to move things around to be able to manage through to the end of the financial year. Next slide. Yes, in terms of the impact, I think what is important, that slide shows the numbers. In terms of the impact, we are indicating here that we have had a cut of 182 million, as I've indicated. And the first issue is that we are going to struggle to achieve some of the APP targets that we set out to achieve. Because of the cut, because we obviously had to, the cut was actually significant, and it had to affect some of the activities that we had already set out to do on sites. So the second issue is that the cut will also affect our implementation of this the Komape program. We have tried to go to lengths to ensure that the cut does not affect the eradication of pit latrines program. So in all our efforts to try and manage the cut, we have made sure that the eradication of pit latrines program is always prioritized, but it is inevitable that from January up until the end of the financial year, we will not be having any funds. So unfortunately, this program will also be affected. This will also unfortunately affect the targeted job opportunities. As you know, when we actually implement our projects, there are job opportunities that we create through these projects. So the cut will unfortunately also actually affect these EPWP job opportunities. What we have done is we have communicated to our IAs currently to try and manage this by assisting in reducing, production on site, so that the kind of expenditure that we generate from this project reduces from now, and we can be able to accommodate this within the financial resources that we currently have. We have also requested them to put in abeyance any activities that could actually commit the department financially from now until the end of the financial year. We've also requested them to extend the builders' holidays so that contractors actually are on this holiday for a much longer than usual period, so that we can actually reduce the spending. So in general, we have actually looked at managing and slowing the pace of expenditure in any way we can until the end of the financial year. But we are still indicating that with all these efforts, we're still going to have a challenge, because the financial resources that we have at our disposal currently will only last us until this coming month of December. Next slide. These are risks due to budget cuts, which are identical with the other provinces who will have issues with. The first one is the compromised teaching and learning environment in our schools. Service delivery process, we have already indicated that this is going to affect the job opportunities that we have actually created. So we will have a problem with that. We might we'll have situations where we incur interest because service providers will submit invoices, and at some point we might not be able to honor them. And what is also eventually going to happen is that we'll have to postpone our service delivery timelines, you know, when the delivery of schools, the delivery of projects that we have set out to deliver, we will have to postpone them because we would have obviously reduced the pace and also reduced production on site. Next slide. Yes, this is the end of our presentation, and we are making a recommendation as the content of the presentation. We are making a recommendation to the Standing Committee on Appropriations to note the report that we have just presented. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, MEC and Limpopo and your team. So we're going to, I'm sure Chair has a problem with network. We're going to then move forward to ask for the Eastern Cape MEC Gade to come in with your team. So, you know, the rule is to go not more than 20 slides. So may I give you a chance at this stage to, you'll take over your team, your HOD and the rest of the team will be under your command up until these minutes have been exhausted. And thereafter, we will go to the next session of the portfolio committee meeting. Can I hand over to you, MEC Gade?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Mthiga Chair. I am DDG responsible for schools and infrastructure in the Eastern Cape. I do...
No, just wait, DDG. I was calling MEC Gade to come in. Okay. Is the MEC around?
I know, Honorable Chair, that he had sent an apology because he's currently attending EXCO together with the HOD.
Okay. Oh. Maybe I wasn't aware as I was chairing. Okay, no, thank you very much. You can proceed.
Thank you so much once again, honorable members, the Deputy Minister, DG heads of department present in the meeting. Thank you so much. We have our presentation, which is in line, of course, Honorable Chairperson, with the guidance that was provided on Wednesday, the 22nd of November, when we had our dry run, which was actually preparing for this session. So we shall be speaking exactly to the instructions that you are giving, Chair. And Mr. Pifole, who is Director of Infrastructure, is going to be taking us through the presentation. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and members. Mr. Pifole.
Thank you very much, DDG and Honorable Chair. With your indulgence, indeed, my name is Tsepo Pifole. I'm the Director of Infrastructure Delivery in the province. So with your permission, Chair, should I proceed?
Yes, proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. If we can just go to the first slide. On the first slide, Chairperson, it's the contents of the report, because we are going to explain what we utilize the grant for toward the improvement of schools, specifically the impact and how we are reducing the baseline, the delivery implications, as well as the legal implications of the budget cuts. On the next slide. So, Chair, as a province,
DDG, can you manage your slide such that it fits in the screen? We can't see other sentence. Yes, it's better now.
Right. What we're seeing on this slide, Chairperson, is that we have a 79 billion rand backlog as per today's economic indexes, as well as the assessments that we have done on our site. This is on the basis of compliance with the minimum uniform norms and standards for public school infrastructure regulations issued in 2013. We're also saying here that we are relying solely on the Education Infrastructure Grant, which is a DORA grant provided by the Basic Education Department. And that because we are relying entirely on that, it is as a result of the fact that as a province, we do not have an equitable share fund, which we would utilize to actually augment it by this particular grant. On the next slide. On the next slide, Chairperson, these are basically the things that we deal with in line with the minimum uniform norms and standards, which is your basic services, water, electricity, and sanitation, where we build new and replacement schools, providing nutrition spaces, admin spaces, as well as sports fields in line with the 17-year norms eradication timelines, effecting the realignment process and the program where we are closing small schools, also where we are taking grade 8 and 9 into the high school stream. We're doing maintenance as well in the schools, particularly with eliminating asbestos, where we find that it's at the point where it needs to be eliminated. And we also provide special schools. We have a couple of projects there, as well as technical workshops in line with the 3 streams model of teaching. We provide what used to be called early childhood development centers, which are now grade R centers. And of course, the early childhood development centers is now what the terminology that we use for the other program, which is on the ECD grant maintenance. Then we also seek to provide hostels, and the rest of the budget is utilized for HR capacitation as well as management fees for the implementing agents that we engage. Next slide. On the next slide, Chairperson, it gives you historical performance of the budget. Now, if you look at there by 2018-19, it shows you that on our main appropriation, we had a budget of 1.4 billion. It increased to 1.7 billion. I do have a vivid recollection that in 2018-19, we benefited from the misfortune of other provinces who could not spend, and a significant amount of budget in the region of about 231 million was then appropriated to the Eastern Cape province. If you go to 2019-20, same thing happened. I think it was around about 137,000, which increased our appropriation from 1.5 billion to 1.7 billion. In 2020-21, we suffered a setback where we lost budget, as well as in 2021-22, moving from 1.6 billion to 1.5 billion. On the next slide. But you can see that Chairperson, our expenditure is sitting in the region of around 95, 96, thereabout, with one that goes down to about 91% expenditure. Last financial year, Chairperson, our main appropriation was 1.75 billion. And then in the adjusted appropriation, it ended up as 1.9 billion. This was as a result of rollovers that we received from the previous financial year. On the next slide. All right. On this slide, Chairperson, we are indicating how our program, which is program 6, infrastructure, the budget for this financial year, which is now on your left, the 5 blocks on your left, the 1.845 initial allocation for this financial year is split as such, 21% for maintenance, about 2% for new infrastructure and the likes, but you can see there that 53% is for upgrade and additions. But I must hasten to say, Chairperson, that in line with the grant allocations. A huge chunk of the inherent maintenance is there with the upgrades and additions, which increases our maintenance allocations to the region of about 47%, and we're still trying to grow it to get to about 60%, which is what the grant requires. Next slide. On this next slide, Chairperson, now we are moving now to the number of projects that we have, which is 995 projects on the basis of the baseline allocation, as well as how those projects are split in terms of the natures of investment there. You'll see that on maintenance, just on maintenance alone, it takes the lion's share of projects, which is 624 projects. And the rest of the projects are then, split. There is about 47 projects where we're doing new infrastructure, which is our new and replacement infrastructure. On the next slide. On the next slide, it gives you now where we stand, Chairperson, as at October. As at October, Chairperson, this slide gives you a picture of what has happened to our original budget and now where we sit with the budget cuts. On our original budget of 1.845 billion, Chairperson, we at the end of October were sitting at 1.128 billion expenditure, which pitted us at 60%, 61% expenditure as at the end of October, which is the end of the second quarter. With us effecting the revised budget, which has taken it down to 1.718 billion, with the same expenditure now puts us at 65%. The revised budget, Chairperson, is actually explained as such. At the bottom there, you will see that we're explaining that we received, in as much as the budget cuts amount to 226 million, the blow was somehow softened by the fact that we received a rollover of around 100 million. But you will see there, Chairperson, that we still have a challenge. The ECD grant as well suffered a bit of a blow, but also, sort of like leveled out as a result of the rollovers. Maybe, Chair, it also suffices that I must explain that to date, our expenditures, we checked just this morning, sits at around 1.35 billion. And that 1.35 billion, Chairperson, if you take out the commitments that we have, it tells you that we are now in serious trouble of over expenditure, as it takes you now beyond 80% expenditure. So we now have to take you into confidence now as to what it means for us to now have to slow down on expenditure as a result of the loss. Next slide. So on the next slide, Chairperson, it just gives you the same in terms of the quotas for the EIG as well as the grant, the maintenance grant. On the next slide. On the next slide. Now, Chairperson, the 995 projects are split in terms of the IDMS stages as such. You will see there that projects that are sitting at stage 5, which is our work stage, which is where your main commitments are in the region of around 232, and this takes up about 683 million. And then you have projects where there are consultants that are already committed, which is from your stage 2 all the way to stage 4. And you can see there that it goes into the region of around 450 million or thereabout. So if you take what is on stage 2 all the way to stage 5, these are commitments we cannot get out of, meaning, which is why I sounded an alarm when we started earlier that we are actually now trading on the brink of chronic over expenditure. Next slide. The projects that I'm talking about, Chairperson, and their commitments are split as follows in terms of implementing agents. We work with the CDC Kuha Development Corporation, who have been allocated just under 300 million. We've got Development Bank of South Africa allocated just above 70 billion. And then you've got the Department of Education, which takes up the lion's share of the budget And I must just explain, Chairperson, that the Department of Education here, the allocation is not only projects, but it also includes the payment of implementing agents. So it might look big, and one might wonder where we get the capacity. But that number also includes, the operational costs that we have to budget for. You also have the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which has a budget of 225 million, as well as Independent Development Trust, 236 million. They're doing very well, and their budget keeps increasing. And Amatola Water, they have an initial budget of 17 million, but we have increased because of the water projects that they're doing for us, which we have then increased to around about 60 million. On the next slide. On the next slide, Chairperson, it is the same allocation, but now showing you in terms of nature of investment. We can move to the next slide. On the next slide, we are now talking about the backlogs. So you will see there, Chairperson, that when it comes to the backlogs, we are still lagging rather behind when it comes to sanitation, because on the 3-year timeline, we were supposed to have eradicated all sanitation. Now we know that we still have to do sanitation there, whereby there's a backlog of 2.8 billion. There are still schools where we have water backlogs as well. Now we are just busy now with our condition analysis, whereby we know the work that is being done through the SAFE program needs to be updated to see how far we have gone with eradicating the backlog. So that work is easy, and that number that you see there will go down, because as Ms. Diale reported earlier on, there is in the region of about 1,100 and some, or 1,181 schools that have been completed under the SAFE program, which then amounts to a reduction of that backlog. But on the overall, Chairperson, given the fact that we generally as a province rely on the grant, we have a backlog of 79 billion. What this backlog means, Chairperson, is that we have been hovering on around an 8 billion rand underfunding since the whole system was set up. So at this particular point, with this 79 billion rand backlog, it means that before we get to 2020, we need to be funded in the region of 10 billion per annum, assuming that everything remains stagnant, for us to be able to overcome all backlogs. So it just tells you that it's a mammoth hill to climb if we remain funded at the level of around 1.7, 1.8 billion. Now, the budget cuts obviously put a major dent on this. It tells you that we will not be able to achieve the eradication of the backlogs. On the next slide. Thank you. On this next slide, Chairperson, it is now the same backlogs shown per district, and you will see there that you've got a district like OR Tambo Coastal, which comprises the towns of Port St. John, Libode, Lusikisiki. So this is where you have your greatest backlog, particularly on the sanitation. It's followed by OR Tambo Inland, the towns of Mtata, Mkanduli, Kumbu, Zolo. So that's where you have your greatest backlogs. And then you have less of a backlog maybe when you get to your Nelson Mandela. But however, another dimension, Chairperson, there is that in Nelson Mandela in Buffalo City, you still remain with your greatest backlog on asbestos. Maybe at this particular point, what I'm talking about that is to mention that last year we did a condition assessment of all facilities with asbestos, and we found that it requires, just to eradicate asbestos as it is and as ancillary works, we require for all those 849 schools that were found to be asbestos positive, we require a budget of around 3.8 billion. On the next slide. On the next slide, Chairperson, is another dimension that we have to deal with. Chronic urban migration has led to varying classroom utilization needs. Now, this slide, Chairperson, shows you that we have got around about 903 schools that are overcrowded. Classrooms overcrowded means that there is a challenge with the quality of teaching and learning, and that there's a challenge as a result the fundamental challenge, which is that we're not in compliance with the minimum uniform norms and standards for public school infrastructure, because you've got more learners in a room that is supposed to be taking 40 learners sometimes, or sometimes 35 learners in the case of a high school. So you've got those that are overcrowded. Mostly these overcrowded schools are in your urban centers, your Kabechas, your Kumanis, your East Londons, your Mtatas, and the likes. Now, you then have a huge number of schools that are underutilized, 3,700 schools, where there are classrooms, permanent classrooms there, but they are underutilized because the learners move from these schools in the rural areas, and they move with their parents to where there are work opportunities and living well-built classrooms in that area. On the next slide. On the next slide, it shows you what I've just spoken about now, Chairperson, in terms of numbers and how that picture looks per district. So you will then see that when it comes to highly overcrowded schools, we have your Ortambo Coastal, your Ortambo Inland, your Mtatas, your Buffalo cities becoming your real hotspot places there, as well as your Nelson Mandela there. Though they've got quite a number of schools. And it also tells you there that in Amatola East, which is your Butterworth, your Idotuas, and the underlying areas, as well as in your Alfredton zone, that's where you've got major underutilization because there's lesser classrooms there. On the next slide. Sorry, there's more classrooms, not lesser classrooms, I'm sorry. When it comes to the sanitation backlog, Chairperson, on the eradication of pit latrines, we have completed around about 786 schools, but I know it has increased now to 1,100, while there are about 558 schools that are under construction. And then we also received intervention from private sector organizations listed there, which have really lended a hand. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the Tirisano Construction Fund, which has taken about 16 schools, and we're just working together to try and get those particular projects off the ground. On the next slide. On this next slide, Chairperson, we're still talking about the sanitation, whereby we are saying currently we have a budget of around 40 million rands in the program, and through the grant, we are doing a couple of other projects, which is about another 44 projects. The budget required at this particular point to replace all pit latrines, which is now your into VIP toilets, because we have to go for dry sanitation. It's about 6.8 billion nationally, and now in the province here, we have our own portion there that we're trying to deal with. When it comes to water, Chairperson, we have around 48 schools that are at handover, and there's 176 schools that are in construction where we're providing water tanks through Mvula Trust. So it's a backlog that we're just trying to deal with. On the next slide, Mvula Trust is doing around 376 schools, but 176 are under construction. And then we also have another dimension, Chairperson, where due to crime, schools are yearning for fencing, but also, of course, this is part of the backlog as well. There is around 250 fencing projects, I think around 246, and then 122 projects have been completed this year, and we are still trying to finalize 128 projects. And these are, of course, at risk at this particular point because of the budget cuts. On the next slide. So these are the service implications, Chairperson, for the budget cuts. There are 21 projects that were previously terminated due to our challenges with budget coming from 2018. Now we have to delay these projects as they were going through procurement, so that we don't find ourselves as having overburdened ourselves. So what this means is that on our procurement plan, these projects will now have to be done maybe late in the financial year, so that we don't have any commitment in this financial year. There are 130 schools, Chairperson, that suffered the rough effects of wind disasters that took place about 3 times this year, we have assessed many of those, but now we cannot appoint contractors, because if we were to appoint contractors, that would put even a bigger burden on us. And remember that most of the time when you're dealing with disasters, you're dealing with SMMEs and small contractors who most of the time rely on you to ensure that you do the cash flow in order for them to complete the work. There is generally 112 projects, other than the 21 I spoke about, 112 projects that are in procurement. Now we have to defray those ones into the new financial year. The schools I spoke about, 250 schools, Chairperson. Over and above that, we had 150 schools that we're preparing to start in the fourth quarter of this financial year. But now we have to stop those, despite the fact that promises have already been made and districts have gone around on road shows to say this is going to happen. But now we have to delay this so that it happens only after April of 2024. Obviously, everything that we were supposed to be doing when it comes to employment projections, we knew that we had to employ some SMMEs, and of course, there are families that depend on the work that we do. And naturally, that with the delay of all these projects, that means the employment that we intended to have will then thus have to take a backseat, unfortunately. On the projects that are committed, Chairperson, we have a risk of accumulating payables and accruals at the end of this financial year, which is something that you don't want, because what you want your payables to be paid in this financial year. And also you want, Chairperson, that those payables, sometimes they have an effect whereby they utilize the following year's budget, meaning that you then have to delay what you plan to do the following year, and you can't proceed as planned. And then there's also additional classrooms. I spoke about overcrowding and underutilization. With our school readiness preparations, we have statistics that show that we need additional classrooms in a few schools. Now, as a result of those new enrollments, which have increased in some schools, I saw one school yesterday which had tripled its enrollment. How that happens, one wonders, but that's just the reality, because it's the only high school in that particular area. Now, we cannot provide those classrooms to meet that enrollment. You can imagine the pressure that's going to come. And then when it comes to ECD projects, Chairperson, because also they suffered that, there are 8 projects which we have to defer to 2024. Those 8 projects will add to the 21 projects that are already documented for next financial year. Next slide. I think we are done now. This is the last slide on legal implications. We have contracted builders, Chairperson, which we now have had to advise on them that there will be some delays so that we defray claims for standing time. The same goes to PSPs, so that they just hold on to their possible claims so that we don't find ourselves having to attract interest. In the past, Chairperson, when this happened, we attracted interest claims, and which naturally resulted in legal claims against the department. Where you have interest claims, Chairperson, there under you find that the interest claims result in the AG, invoking the provisions of the Public Audit Act, and material irregularities being raised against the department. So you don't want that. We've had about 6 that were cleared against the department in this past financial year, and we don't want to get into that space anymore. So if we have budget cuts, we just have to be bold, stop the work, and make sure that you don't enter into any more claims. Then, Chairperson, our citizens also know their rights and opportunities that they have. Where you have a site that has been left, once we say a contractor must leave a site sometimes is left, and mistakes do happen whereby a site is left unmanned, leaving the OHS regime being very risky, and that can lead to injuries leading to people claiming against the department. We had 1 or 2 of those that we have had to deal with, and you don't want to go there. And then lastly, you also have constitutional bodies, your public protectors, who have really taken us on to task recently, as well as your Human Rights Council. You don't want them to, pick on particular schools necessarily, because communities will go and complain to them. And when projects are not completed, they will complain to them, and then it becomes an added burden for us to have to explain as to why that is the case. And then lastly, We are always having to deal with your equal educations, your Section 23s of this world around the delays and some of the things that we're doing, which come as a result of budget cuts. Excuse me. Otherwise, thank you, Chairperson. I think this is my last slide. I end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MECs, with your heads of departments and everybody who made a presentation. Also, thank you, DM, DG, with your team. Where we are now, honorable members, I'm going to give an opportunity to the honorable members to interact with your presentations. They'll be asking questions. As they ask questions, they'll be saying that this one goes to the Eastern Cape, KZN, or National Department. Just help us as they ask questions. You just note the question which you must answer. We'll deal with the questions that way. I hope it's clear. Then I will indicate once you start answering questions, which province or who's going to start. But thank you very much. Honorable members, you know how we do it. Let me see who would like to interact with the presentation. I see Honorable Tobias. I see Honorable Kaiso.
Memezi, Chair.
I see Honorable Memezi. Any other honorable member? Honorable Mlenzana has sent his question, is struggling where he is. Yeah. Mashile, you'll read Honorable Mlenzana's questions, and
yes,
then
Chair will.
in the absence of any other member, I will then come in. Honorable Tobias, let's start with you. Please come in.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all. And let me first welcome the presentation. And Chair, my question will first start with the Free State province, where they realized 100 million unauthorized expenditure on what they termed household items. I would want to understand which are those household items that they had 100 million and unauthorized expenditure on. Secondly, I want to understand why every time when money was moved, it has always been taken from ordinary public schools and not private schools and other funded schools to pay salaries. In terms of the utilization of EIG, Chair, there was a notion that
Honorable Tobias, we are losing you. When you were starting with the third question, we lost you.
This
Please,
capacity has not been internalized.
Honorable Tobias. Honorable Tobias. We don't hear you, but when you started, we could hear you. Please find another. Problems of load shedding. Honorable Tobias.
If you have lost me, I'll come back. I'm in the mountains now.
Yeah, no, we definitely can't hear you.
Like I said, I'm on my en route to a deployment. Yeah, can I come?
Honorable Tobias, are you better now with your connectivity?
Chair, I'm in the middle of a mountain here, so that's what is creating a challenge here. I just be skipped? I'll come back later.
Okay, thank you. Let me allow Honorable Mlenzana to come in. Honorable Mlenzana.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chairperson, for the indulgence. We are pressed against the wall, but thank you for the presentation. I heard it. I1 is double dipping, but let me be very quick, Chairperson. One, if the presentation, when DM is responding, could begin to justify understanding. You know, when you would have, for instance, 79 billion infrastructure, I mean, you have to justify for that. Because as I was listening, there is this vocabulary of cuts when from our position, we would be talking reprioritization, DM. Reprioritization because exactly of this understanding that is actually envisaged here. Challenge with most provinces, DM, particularly in the Eastern Cape, would be centralization of infrastructure budget. Too much centralization linked with much time which is spent on planning and long-winded consultation, which unfortunately involves there would be appointed service providers, where there would be fights and all about who is supposed to get and all, and ultimately, you know, adjudication not done, and as a result, work not done, money not spent because of such. Provinces undermine priorities made by us as MPs and delegates to the NCOP DM. You would know there would be provincial weeks, we would go for constituency work and all. But the priorities that we do and produce both to the provinces and national, they are not heeded too. There's a point in case in the Eastern Cape. Honorable Ncita led a delegation in the 5th Parliament to Alfred Nzo. There's a school there, Lutateni High School. We have been crying foul about this school. Since in that 5th Parliament, nothing has been done. That school principal is thrown from pillar to post. The department also should clarify this issue of powers and functions, because I believe it is also a source of non-spending or underspending. Because there would be those projects. If you look now, even at this report, it will be only those projects which are run by national, which see the light. And I was saying, perhaps that's why Mr. Moeli is currently crisscrossing the rural parts of Alfred, so in the Eastern Cape right now. He is there to monitor his own projects, because projects, if you think that you're going to see provinces, particularly Eastern Cape running projects, you must forget. I suggest here, DM, that why not allow districts to procure school furniture or office furniture? Why not decentralize LTSM budget to schools, but then you make sure that you have got clear cash flow and accountability? I just wanted to raise those, Chairperson. Otherwise, sorry for indulgence.
Honorable Mlenzana, thank you very much. Honorable Katso, please come in.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm also double taping, like Honorable Mlenzana has indicated. Chair, I have a number of questions here. And let me first appreciate that the presence of the delegation from the ministries in the various 4 provinces that we have invited, and and the Deputy Minister and your team, and for the presentation that has been made. And we have noted the number of areas that are of progress, and also areas that the department and the provinces have indicated as challenges, as we tried to invite them to this discussion around the table to understand more clearly in detail. So this discussion or the presentation have helped us as a committee chairperson to understand some situation, and also agree what my colleague, first two colleagues have said around some developments in the provinces. Chair, let me go to this one. You see, yes, I've noted also the Treasury is here. The presentation around the compensation of employees being one of the problem that we encountered, not only because the four provinces have hinted on it, but continuously we pick it up as we're moving about this bill, adjustment appropriation bill. So I think it's good. It's high time now. Let me not only perhaps refer on the four provinces, but generally the issue of the budget, which has made an outcry that now provinces have had to cover the issue of compensation of employee. It means moving forward, the Treasury should be able to assist us now. Because I mean, there's a lot of reading in terms of what is the economy, which direction is the economy driving every year and the financial year, in terms of inflation, etc., which could have enough space when there's a real budgeting for wages, salaries and wages. I'm not referring to issues of bargaining, but I'm just saying, making enough budgeting for the items, all items which are related to salaries, such that when the process kicks off, there are no challenges such as now provinces have to be forced or to be, to be bullied to bring over some money from that budget, which was preserved for infrastructure, something then to go to salaries. I'm just mentioning that at the general, at the principal level. So because now it's it sounds very not acceptable. And then coming back to the point that Honorable Thandi has raised, critical, the issue of unauthorized, I don't know, because unauthorized, it's like somebody who's committing a crime or contravening some acts of accounting in finance. So I don't know how can unauthorized be justified to be justified as authorized. It is unauthorized and it remains as such. And once there's that thing called unauthorization, it means someone must account on that one. I don't understand it to be having any way to say unauthorized is an acceptable accounting, understanding for me. Maybe I have a different, I've been schooled to different understanding of that thing, and I'm prepared to be informed better around it. But in as far as I just generally understand, it's something that is, you are now contravening something that it's prescribed. So I don't know how did Free State get it right, like Honorable Previous is put it. Now, on the some questions will cut across the Honorable Chair on the issues of asbestos. I don't know whether, if I may ask the department, whether has it audited, are there, how many schools were to be dealt with in terms of, removing this asbestos, because it might not only affect that province. Was it Limpopo where reference was made in terms of asbestos? Maybe it's proper also to know that, has the department now planned to deal with that issue of asbestos in school, all the schools in the country, not only in one province, but just all the schools, such that now we don't go back around that issue from moving forward and backward. On the payment of service providers, I just want to know, does the department has any backlog in as far as payment of service providers? Because that's where you get, SMMEs and those, there's been an outcrowing as far as how many backlog or what backlog does the school have in as far as compliance in terms of 30-day period of payment of service providers. What is the backlog? Is there any backlog, and how big is it? Because reference has been made in as far as business forum is concerned. It's like dealing with the zamazamas or illegal mining, etc. So it might not be only where Limpopo has been affected, but maybe the department has a knowledge to what an extent has this forum had on the projects that are running across all the province in as far as schools infrastructure is concerned, impediment or disturbance is concerned. And then, yes, so that if there's that case, it means there's a need to intensify collaboration with the agents of the state, to security state, to deal with that particular situation. Now, I want to agree with Honorable Mlezana, Chairperson, around this, assessment around the Eastern Cape. When there is a serious backlog of 79 billion rand infrastructure, a backlog of infrastructure, it's like there's no department then there. So it's like we then have to, there has to be intervention and call in the national department, national government to make immediate intervention there, because it's quite depressing, the number of situations which as the presentation has made, where there's supposed to have been a progress, but it's really depressing to see and realize that in fact Eastern Cape is then lagging behind like nobody's business. So there needs to be a very serious intervention, Minister, around the issue of project-related, infrastructure-related program in the Eastern Cape. It's very serious, and it will have, a very negative impact in as far as progress of learners at schools, and your matriculants, and other grades of which are important as well. So there has to be, if maybe we are to see a progress around what has been presented, it means there has to be drastic changes which must shape in the Eastern Cape province. Now let me come to the stories of pit latrines, because the department said earlier this year that the pit toilet backlog of 700 will be attended to and completed this year. So I just want to know from the department, will they be able to meet this target before the end of the financial year? And then there were also a talk of 2 math schools would be completed this year. But then it said that has not been completed. Are there any reasons which these 2 math schools have not been completed, so that we get clarity? This one cuts across all the presentations. The school refurbishment programs are underway, the way the presentations have been saying. But I just want to know, because it's not just a mere compliance of having a structure, but for educational purpose, you would imagine that now the refurbished structure called school needs to have a particular equipment for learning, such as laboratory, science, and etc. I just want to check, is the way or the format or the system of refurbishment, including all this, such that now we are making our learning environment for our students, very easy. So it's one of the questions that I want to get clarity from. Now, you also deal with the issue of learner ratio and of which it is a problem in some instances. I want to make reference here to farm schools. Some they are closing, schools which are closing, and when they are closing, there are no new teachers which are coming, but then the children go back to the township, and overcrowding happens there. And at the same time, it does appear that there's a challenge of appointment of teachers. So I don't know how does the department deal with this one, because there are a number of schools in the rural and in the farming schools which were collapsed, and then because some do not meet I know of my constituency in Tabansu, there are farming schools which were closed because it said they do not meet the criteria to enable the department to appoint teachers. Yes, Chair.
We can't hear you anymore.
Am I audible, Chair? Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Oh,
we can hear the honorable member.
Okay, so the department is unable to appoint more teachers because of the number of children who attend the farm schools. So therefore, those schools had to close down. But then the reality is we are having farming community, and they stay very far. Perhaps if that system is reviewed in such a way that it enables that the farm community children are able also to attend school nearer where they stay, it will be better. On the issue of, yes, I just want to check on the department in the Free State, because there are a number of immobile classes which are left in other areas there, in other schools there. I think they are primary schools. I want to mention Loskop, Magdalena, and Wolfachenbos, So the issue is that these abandoned immobile schools, in fact, they were bought and it's money to have them all around. But when when system changes and they are no longer needed, it does appear that they are left in the same areas and they become vandalized and become a crime scene for learners at some stage, because many things happens there, including you know almost how school children behave, and other funny things happens in the same school. So what is the intention of the department about these mobile classes which have been left around to be vandalized? Is there any intention to do something about them, because they've been bought and they're just left all around? So yes. So Chair, let me for now stop on this damaged school on KZN, because I want to take an advantage that there was a disaster fund, and KZN has, it's when it comes to issues of disaster, it's not like other in other provinces where we had a number of episodes of disaster, starting from 2021 to the floods, etc. So obviously a sizable portion of his infrastructure there due to storm and floods were affected the province. So I thought maybe it was going to be a saving action if the funds for disaster were accessed, even inclusive of schools which were damaged during floods and disaster. But then if the province did not get that to repair schools, or they had to see from their own budget, whereas it was a damage due to floods, then it's something else. Maybe I might not be aware that the province Department of Education did not use their own money to deal with the school infrastructure damage during the floods. It used the one that is national, then it's something else. So thank you very much. I just wanted to say this.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiso. Honorable Memezi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me indicate that I'm a bit covered by my honorable members in some of the points, but I think I need to say to the province of Free State, led by MEC Mohale, that indeed what they are reporting does make one to feel they are on top of what they are doing. Of course, on the 2018-2019 overspending, one was a little bit not happy, but they later at least clarified it on how they are sorting it over the years. I think it seems a bit good work, and almost on their program on this ever worrying problem of Pid Latins. I think it gives a lot of comfort that they are sitting on it. I think I want to appreciate their presentation, and hope that indeed one day, not far away from now, the Pid Latin would be a thing of the past. Moving to KZN, Chairperson, I think Honorable Kaiso did cover this issue of the destruction by nature. You see, I'm told we have no way, we're not allowed to complain against the heavens. But I think, as honorable members, maybe God should also do consider us making a cry on behalf of KZN. There's been too much distraction from the heavens. So I think, Chair, we should indeed try and speak to our God. But one area that also both the KZN and Eastern Cape, because I think the nature and the storms in those areas tend to have more power, become more angry. So which means the standard of building their schools should be more stronger. They should be built with the understanding that there are provinces that are prone to that kind of environmental unfriendly or natural unfriendly responses from the heavens. So I think if they can strengthen there should not be minimum standard for putting up houses. It should be houses that should last the storm. They should not, we should not see the roof fly at the smallest storm. In Eastern Cape, in areas such as Ntabankulu, tend to be visited by storms even at a slightest provocation, which means then we should be strengthening the minimum standard of the roofing in particular. Again, on the KZN presentation, which was also, I must say, Chair, all presentation, it was clear that we were meeting with people that trained us, people that made us who we are, which means we're meeting with the department that taught us from school level. So their presentation were really well presented, even where we find concerns. When a presentation is done nicely, well presented, you appreciate. So we really appreciate. But I must ask KZN, there was issue of vandalism also being experienced in some schools. So wanting to understand what would be the best approach, I heard one school was focusing on fencing as the mitigating situation. But because to secure what you already have is also important, because it's like a bird in your hand, so we have to secure. So if vandalism is the issue, it should need strategy to counter act it. I would want to know, I know it might not be in KwaZulu-Natal only, it may be happening in other areas as well. The issue of schools that have closed, I think Honorable Kaiso did cover it. Is a worrying issue, but it's an issue that in schools that one has visited, you would see indeed the numbers are refusing. It's very difficult to justify the numbers, because you'd have to have the teachers equivalent to those classes that are there. So which means indeed maybe the department must look into the where the schools are, the approval of those schools, because schools that are isolated away from the communities, they are already running a risk. One time they may be running out of students because they are put away from the residential areas. So I think that's one thing that should be looked into. Is worrying, but once it happens, it's difficult to avoid it. So I think because the numbers do talk, I think in as far as the KZN, those are the points I wanted to touch. But I was impressed by this report when they were opening that they consistently finish their budget. I like that because it worries me that all the time people are unable to spend their budget to a point that it is taken to other performing provinces. So it worries me because this is budget that is given based on the needs that were presented by those provinces. Now, failure to spend is always worrying me. So when then KZN says consistently, we have no problem of spending our budget. So I really salute them. So it means when they present their plans and projections, they mean business. So I appreciate that kind of. I've also noted, Chair, the 4 risks they have put as worrying risks against the budget cuts, which are also look like in other provinces as well. They also put the reasons that we must consider when looking into this reduction. I think those reasons are very strong. I wish we had a way out of it, and yet we have little to do. Touching on Limpopo, MEC Lerule Ramakanya, I think indeed the presentation on that vast province is encouraging that they are also sitting on this thing of fighting the thing of the pit Latins. I think is encouraging, is promising, even how they are planning to demolish them so that you don't build new schools with new system of sanitation and then you forget these pit Latins, how they are doing away with them so that they eliminate the danger. I think that is encouraging. Is an example that everybody should. We must not leave the pit Latins unattended because they have a bad way of coming back and haunt us when somebody has just jumped on it unaware. So, Chair, I think those are the points in as far as the Libomba. I've also noted the risks they have put as a result of the reduction. So, which are areas that we must note. I also like their motto, the Limpopo, that they are the heartland of the Southern Africa. And they say development is about the people. They reminded me of Moses Kodane, who said, revolution is kibatu. So thank you, Chairperson. I think I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Memezi. Honorable Tobias, are you back? Honorable Tobias, are you back? Okay, let me come in then. Honored members, thank you very much. Let me again appreciate the presentations, all the presentations which have been made by the DPE, National Department, and then the provinces led by different MECs. And thank the honourable members for the questions. Let me start with my questions. And this one applies to everybody who made a presentation. And let me start by saying that you may not be able to provide all the answers now, but will request it to come back. But with my first question, all members, MECs, DM, officials on the platform, the problem of expenditure cuts, just a second.
Unmute, Chair.
Okay. Very is violent. Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We see and hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No. I was starting to say that the problem that we are facing today, we're busy talking about the budget cuts, reprioritization, this and that. The main problem is that we're having an economy which is not growing. The economy is growing at about 8%. That's the projection that we're having for this year, which is far below what the NDP envisaged for us to be able to deal with the problems. NDP wants our economy to grow by plus 5%. So we're way below the required level. A consequence of that is that SARS undercollects, or there's less revenue, less taxes. That's where we get our money that we use as government. So the solution, all these cuts that we're busy dealing with now, robbing Peter to pay Paul, they're not sustainable. So what is going to sustain us so that we're able to meet our goals is to make sure that the economy grows. So here's the challenge. We usually look at National Treasury and DTIC as the departments which are responsible for economic growth. We're all of us are responsible for economic growth, right? How so? Here's the first question which starts talking to that. It is our responsibility to ensure that the things that we get that are produced locally, so-called localization, so that we don't export revenues to other countries that we buy from, and we also not export jobs to other countries. So the question is, what is the education sector doing to try and enhance that? What the president calls the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, ERRP. What is the contribution of the sector? So as you answer that question, I would like to know the high value products that you procure, and which do you procure nationally and which do you import? For those that you import, what are the plans at DM to try and ensure that we get those things here? Let me speak about one thing. We used to import a lot of trains. Now when you go to Ekurhuleni in Denator, there's a train manufacturing company which produces trains for South Africa, right? Before that, there were fields there, but now we can, as a country, produce high-tech trains, and procurement was used. So I'm saying, in a long-winded way, but I think that's very important. I'm saying, as a sector, how do we make sure that we also contribute to this thing so that we deal with this problem once and for all? So that's the principal question. Try to answer it now. Please see what that we are doing, but it's more about bad cost DM. That I think the sector really needs to sit down and say, I know there's a lot of things that you import, including a set of mathematical instruments, even pens. We import those things. What you must know that every cent that we take out and import things or buy from people who are importing, we're contributing negatively to the economy, and we are also responsible for exporting jobs to other countries. So I think that's one challenge that I'm leaving with you with. But I also want to know if there are things that you are doing, and please also share with us if there are any laws or whatever which hinder you from achieving that objective. Okay, yeah, that's that, and then so the question of I'll say reprioritization of the budget from certain, especially from infrastructure grant, and that goes to all the departments. National Treasury says the criteria that was used to cut was, when it comes to grants, was non-performing grants. Your comment as far as your province is concerned or the department is concerned. Now, here's another question. I heard it from the national department, and the provinces are doing the same thing. The business model of appointing implementing agencies like DPSA and IDT, Mhlatuze, and so on and so forth. Please share with us, how does that work? Do they implement themselves, those projects, or they go and get implementers of those things? I think it's the latter, that they don't implement themselves, but they go and get other companies to implement. So I want to know, as that happened, what is the leakage, or put it differently, what is the final percentage of the money that we appropriate, which goes to the project, rather than through all these things? Because I'm sure when you go to DPSA, they charge you money. Then there's a person who goes in there. DPSA also employ people and so on and so forth. What is the leakage there? 1, 2, are we happy with that modeling? 3, if they appoint other people, why don't we appoint those people ourselves? Why must we go to the third party to? So please educate us. There may be a reason, but also look at a cost-benefit analysis. Aren't we losing a lot of money in that process? Yeah. When talking about SAFE, there were reasons which were given that no, we didn't do this as SAFE and so on. Those, for instance, that it's a school which is on the farm is one of the reasons that you. But the question is, what happens to those kids who must still go to those schools on that farm? What are we saying about that? Because yes, if you look at those reasons, DM, because I think that was coming from national, said no, SAFE didn't take place because this school is this, it's on the farm. What are the implications of service delivery? The kids who must be serviced, what are we saying about them? I think the next one is related to what Honorable Paiso asked. This talks to our role in helping small businesses, and so on and so forth when we do things. One of the criticisms that we are having as government is that we are biggest killers of small business. How so? We give them jobs, they use their own money, they use their own resources, they go to the banks, but when they must be paid, we don't pay them. And the reason that we advance is that there's no budget. But we can't expect small business then to be the ones who are subsidizing government, so to speak. So if something's not, if you are not going to pay for it, please don't do it. If you're not going to pay it, you can't expect small business, big companies, because those are the ones I'm told, well, I know, big companies are paid because they take us to court. Small businesses, which in most cases happen to be black businesses, happen to be women-owned, are not paid because they don't have resources to take us to court. So they end up subsidizing government, and in the process, they get liquidated by their creditors. So I'm then saying, I just want to check how many or how much is 30 days overdue as far as businesses or our creditors are concerned. The next question. Each province, can you please tell us your medical claims that you are having? no, I don't think you don't have that. You don't have that. But do we have any claims as departments? I kept on hearing where I was saying, no, it's a risk, it's a risk, it's a risk. Is there a place where those risks have materialized, especially as far as culpability is concerned, where we may be expected to pay? Localist Lecker, MEC Fraser, perhaps a follow-up on this one. A school in Moy River called Ngubela Secondary School. It's my constituency. I go there. It's a beautiful school. It got some teachers, but there are no children there to speak of. So when you interact with the teachers, they say we end up having to teach these subjects from here. You understand? Because there are no children, there are no pupils, learners there. And then what we got, we may take it off. What we got, they say, don't know. Most of the kids are in Moy River, so they no longer come here. Again, I think one of the presenters spoke about white elephants. Basically, it's a white elephant. I don't know whether you want to comment on that one, but you may also take it off record. The pit latrines go to one of the schools. They're called Middlefield Primary School, Yabonunuza. Pit latrine, and the principal says here we have got pit latrines. As a result, we can't allow these kids to go there. There must always be a teacher who accompany them. I'm just sharing that with you, MEC, HOD, because we must make a follow-up on that one. A place again there called Scott Fontaine, where people are saying the distance that their children still go to the closest high school. I've forgotten the kilometers, but just too long. We may want to talk about that. It's called Scott Fontaine around Moy River. In fact, I met the chiefs. The chiefs came to the constituency office to talk about that. It's something that I would like us to follow up. Honorable members, DM, honorable MECs, HODs, DG, and everybody from the departments, please help answer the questions. I'll request the Department of Basic Education, honorable DM, and the DG to start. Then we'll take it from there. Immediately after the DG, Eastern Cape will come in. Then we'll say how we proceed from there. DM, thank you very much. Please come in.
Thank you, Chair and members for the questions. We really appreciate. Let me allow the DG Chair to start, then I will just summarize when he has concluded before we allow provinces to come in. DG?
DM?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think what I will request is that you make the final comments after even the MECs have made there, because at the end of the day, going forward, we are going to be following up with you. So how does that sound?
It sounds great. It sounds great. Okay. Yeah, let's allow DG and the team from DBE. I wrote all the questions, including those for provinces, but let them start. I will round up in the end.
At the end, once all the MECs and everybody have spoken, okay?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. DG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members, Honorable MECs and colleagues. Chair, let me also reiterate the appreciation and thanks of the Deputy Minister. I'm not sure whether members would appreciate the impact that these meetings are making in changing the way we do things. And I therefore want to add my voice in really appreciating the fact that you've called us to come here to account and answer questions and gauge progress in terms of the work that you are doing. So we really appreciate that. It makes a huge, huge, huge difference and impact, even changing lives out there. Starting with the questions of Honorable Mlenzane, unfortunately, I missed what Honorable Tobias wanted to say, Honorable Chair. I'm sure we'll get questions and comments that she wanted to put forward to us. Under expenditure, Honorable Mlenzane, it's almost unpardonable. I think, I can't remember whether it was Honorable Memezi who commended KZN for being consistent in their ability to spend, which is what we want to see. KZN is a very good example of what all of us must follow. If money is allocated, put to good use, it must be spent. The Honorable Chair knows from his previous portfolio, even now, that government borrow this money. If money is not used and borrowed on interest, it places a huge burden on the state and future generations. So that's what we are trying to do. That's why even the minister and deputy minister, we go out there, try and work with provinces. And I want to say that what we are doing is not about replacing anyone, it's to work together. We deliver education concurrently, both from national, provincial, up to local level. So that's what we are trying to do. So the issue of under expenditure cannot be defended in any way. So I agree with you, it's unpardonable. We'll never attempt to defend under expenditure. Decentralization of procurement to district, and you have mentioned LTSM. Well, some functions have to be decentralized. Others have to be performed at other levels to support decentralized functions, like at provincial level and national level. And the Constitution attempts to delineate all of those functions. And you have mentioned LTSM. The challenge with decentralizing LTSM is that you lose benefits, economic benefits on maximizing economies of scale, such as having economic power. Many countries, like in Asia, China, and others, the market sells them on what states are saying we are prepared to pay you. With us, we buy on the price of what the market has determined. We are unable to use the economies of scale of the state. And in LTSM, we've demonstrated that a book that you could buy for 400 and 500 rand, you can actually reduce it. The workbooks that we provide, we pay them between 23 and 26 rand per unit. That's what economies of scale can do. And you can even redirect money to achieve more and accelerate delivery and changing the landscape of our sector, or even changing the lives of people. That's just, if individual schools are going to procure on themselves, they are going to pay more. If the procurement is done as a group, you've got economic power to negotiate and even force the market to come down to the price that you say you can afford. And we have been able to do that. There are many textbooks where we've even done that. The catalog, the national catalog, for instance, is an attempt to do that. And we believe we can do more and reduce this cost even further, like the examples that I have made. But I do agree with you. Some of the functions, I'm happy we have succeeded through the 60% which we put in the grant framework of the maintenance budget Mr. Pefule talked about that. Maintenance. A lot of maintenance is now done by districts to schools. And they are able to do things faster, and they are also able to do things quicker, and I hope in the most cost-effective way. In some areas, some functions must go there because they can work better at local level. Honorable Kaisa, unauthorized expenditure, it's against the PFMA. But unfortunately, if you get a budget of the staff that you have, which you can't retrench, which you have to pay every month, it's called statutory obligation. You are bound to incur unauthorized expenditure because it means you spend more than what you are authorized to spend. But you can't retrench those people because you have not engaged in a retrenchment process, or the retirement rate is such that it cannot give you the leverage to balance your budget. And these are some of the things that lead to unauthorized expenditure, particularly when it is related to the salary bill. It's a case in point. But in many instances, that should be avoided completely. But if you experience the reduction of the financial resources, as the chair eloquently explained why, and which we accept is the responsibility of all of us to deal with the situation that the country is facing now. It's not only the responsibility of Treasury, it's the responsibility of all of us. And we have agreed in the sector that we are partners with treasuries, national and provincial treasuries. But the difficulty is that if the budget is reduced and the staff has not been reduced, you are likely to incur unauthorized expenditure. And in that case, I can say it's undesirable, but it's unavoidable. The issue of paying within 30 days within the department, that is monitored every month. And we report every month. I think we report to Treasury every month on that. And the report that I sign, it always says zero. Honorable Chair, even in terms of SMMEs. Part of what we do when we go out to monitor construction is to even ask contractors that, is there a problem with cash flow? If they say yes, we say, implementing agent, have you paid them? And then we resolve many instances. You'd find that in some instances, the main contractor has been paid, the subcontractor, the small person has not been paid, and we have even instructed implementing agents to pay them directly. So we've done that. We don't have cases where people have not been paid over 30 days. The impact of business forums, it's a problem. It's a national problem. And I hope the task team that the president has announced will help us to deal with this problem. It's a prevalence of the whole country. It's not just in all the 9 provinces, there are business forums. The initial rationale for the business forum was sound, was supported, but that has been changed. It has been hijacked for nefarious and ill intentions, where people grab projects that contractors have tendered for and just take them over and demand money from contractors to pay them. So it is a problem. The magnitude of that problem, I'm sure if you give each province of the 9 provinces to come and tell you, it's a huge problem and it undermines service delivery in a very profound way. But Chair, in one of your meetings, you also reminded us that part of what leads to conditions that precipitate for the nature of the business forums that we have is our inability to make sure that we contribute to stimulating local economy. Local economy, not just in terms of, the procurement of high value products, as you said, but at local level, when you get contractors, you try and localize participation, which is what we are trying to do. We have not been as successful as we'd like it to be there, but I think it can go a long way. in dealing with this issue of business forums. And then the national, I just wanted to say the infrastructure backlog that the Eastern Cape mentioned, the national backlog is much bigger than that 79 billion, much bigger. The problem is that since 1994, we've never had a dedicated budget to deal with the backlog. The allocation was just to deal with infrastructure as needs arise, to deal with maintenance as best as we could. We never had a dedicated budget. An example of, like, you know, the World Cup, having a dedicated effort and resources of getting the country ready for the World Cup. Somebody likes using that example of building stadia. I mean, it's no surprise that the huge backlog is in your former homelands, such as the Eastern Cape, KZN, and many others. So that's part of the problem. And I think all that we are doing now is just to try and respond to the emerging needs, not as adequately as we should, but we don't have a dedicated budget to deal with infrastructure. But we've had efforts that tried to intervene in certain areas, which I will try and deal with in the next point that you've raised. That there's a need for intervention in the Eastern Cape. There is no province in the Republic of South Africa that received the national intervention in infrastructure from basic education like the province of the Eastern Cape. I've indicated that I'm here. I spend most of my time here. We've built more schools, more toilets, more than anywhere else in the country, in the Eastern Cape. The actual danger is what Mr. Pefole said. Some of them, state-of-the-art schools, are becoming depopulated. And as you have indicated, we need to do something about those facilities that are now becoming the white elephants. So Eastern Cape gets the biggest portion of our allocation in terms of the investment in infrastructure. But that does not suggest that the backlog alluded to has been attended to. Even our efforts are extremely inadequate to fully address that backlog of 79 billion. As I've said, the national figure, I think if Zulu has that figure, can also share it. It's much bigger than that. It will take KZN, it will take Limpopo and other provinces into account. And then the issue of completion of the 700 sanitation facilities. Yes, we are pushing implementing agents and contractors to get them done. A reasonable number of them has been done already. And I'm sure Zulu can just give an update as to how far are we with those. But we are determined to make sure that we deal with these facilities and we deliver them within this financial year. What I can say, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Deputy Minister, and Honorable MECs, is that the 3898 schools that required appropriate sanitation, eradication of pit latrines, if I'm to use that nomenclature, which was part of the project that the President launched in 2018. We've dealt with all of them. And after that, we uncovered others, about 809, which were reduced to about 600. What we are dealing with now is actually beyond what was identified in 2018. But the concern that we have, which we have addressed with provinces, is that we don't seem to get a list of all of these schools because we want to address all of them. The challenge is that as we deliver these projects, we come across others. As I'm monitoring a project in School A, School B comes, the SGB and the principal and say, we see you come here and monitor. Are you aware that we need the same thing? Then I get to uncover this school. Then I put it on the list and say, this school is also in need. So part of what we are trying to do now is to do a conditional assessment of all school facilities so that we've got reliable data that can say to us in the whole country, with all this progress that the government has made of delivering infrastructure, how many schools still remain which require attention in terms of sanitation and other things. I think Eastern Cape is one of the leading provinces in doing conditional assessment of schools, and Northwest as well, and other provinces. We are working with them to do that so that we have that data which can help us. Completion of the 2 schools. These 2 schools come from, I think we had 31 or 32 schools from the outgot financial year. These 2 schools were spillover of those. The 1 school has been completed. The other one will be completed either before the end of this month, the latest in December. So part of the inappropriate structures, it will be behind us. It will be part of our history. These are your typical math schools. But as I've said earlier on, the majority of schools in the villages, in the communities, in the outlying areas were built of mud. And when we identified the 400, 500 plus, some of the schools were still intact. Over time, they've deteriorated. And as I've been moving around, many of the schools in the Eastern Cape, in KZN, even in Limpopo, it's just a matter of time. They are indeed collapsing. And our current maintenance budget and refurbishment allocation is unable to cope with that. So I've dealt with the issue, refurbishment, it depends. Refurbishment, we don't always cover everything depending on the condition of different aspects of the facility. If some aspects of the facility are still intact, we don't necessarily include them. We get experts to assess each and every aspect of the facility. But if it is additional construction to the school, we look at those facilities that are needed, the library, the feeding facilities such as the kitchen and so on, which many provinces are addressing now. Learner migration, it is a problem. Inward migration and outward migration is indeed a problem. Rural areas are getting depopulated because there's no economic activity. Human beings go where there's economic activity for sustainable livelihood, and we're getting people to move where there's no economic activity to where there's high economic activity. It's very difficult to arrest that. Our planning is unable to cope with that. Even our national planning is unable to deal with that. And that's why you've got pressure points that Mr. Pefole talked about in the cities, in the towns, in the townships. You get inward migration from other areas, such as the rural areas and the villages.
DG? Yeah, please pick up your feet. I want us to be done at least by quarter past. We're supposed to have finished at 12. Let's see whether we can be done.
I'm going to do that, Chair. I'm going to definitely do that.
Thanks.
Well, closure of schools, our requirement is that any school that has less than 135 learners is deemed to be not a viable school. But I agree with you, honorable members, in instances where there's no other alternative school, we do keep that school, even if it's lower than 135. The mobile classrooms, I think it's an issue that we need to address. Our approach is to abandon the issue of mobile classrooms, but rather come up with brick and mortar. So I take the point raised by honorable. They're very expensive, and in the long run, they are not cost effective at all. And the issue of vandalism, the strategy is community ownership. The issue of accessing disaster funds, I'm sure KZN will respond to that. But having participated in these forums, would be told that money that is available is an X amount. And in most instances, schools are not necessarily catered in the disaster funds that are provided for. Honorable Memezi, pit latrines, yes, I think we are heading that direction where dangerous pit latrines will be something of the past. Inappropriate structures will be something of the past. In the 3 provinces that I've indicated, I always boast that we almost compete only with those who are able to go to every corner of the country. We have gone out to deliver pit latrines in many schools that needed those. If there are those that are still left, there would be very few. The issue of taking into account unprecedented natural disasters, I agree with you. We're talking to our build experts. They are now talking to environmentalists to inform one another, not only in terms of storms and so on, but in terms of other unprecedented disasters. And then vandalism has been addressed. Honorable Chair, the issue of growing the economy, already it's an audit finding if you don't procure locally, particularly in infrastructure. The contribution that education can do is in skills other than just high value products procurement. We are precluded by law from procuring anything outside the country. The problem becomes some of the contractors and other people that we contract, they end up procuring outside, and that gets picked up by the Auditor General. And I think something needs to be done there. But as a department, I'm not allowed. It would be a serious audit finding to do that. And then the laws hindering us from achieving this objective, I thought that the CFO could, we were talking with the Commission on Black Economic Empowerment, talking about the issue of the lowest bidder vis-a-vis imperatives of empowering those that are historically disadvantaged. And we said we need to have a conversation with National Treasury to get the two to talk to each other. Because at times, people who have money, who have benefited historically, they are the ones who, in most instances, will be able to bid at the lowest level. And therefore, it delays, what our government had intended to do with Black economic empowerment. Low-performing grants targeted, well, in some instances, it's true, but EIG and school infrastructure backlog grant, treasuries in the meeting in the last 2 to 3 years have picked up pace. The momentum is very high in those. Even our other grants, we've been trying to get them to perform. But indeed, there are grants that are not performing as expected. It is a fact, Chair. And then the issue of implementing agents, for me, it's not about whether we can replace implementing agents or not. It's getting to work together. The role of a Department of Education should be to monitor. If all things were equal, Chair, all these implementing agents should be operating under the Department of Public Works. If all things were equal, in terms of infrastructure delivery, they should be operating under the Department of Public Works. The role of education should be to monitor whether we are getting value for money. And our struggles and our history in terms of the Department of Public Works and delivery of infrastructure and the location of that function within education vis-a-vis the Department of Public Works. So for me, there are very good implementing agents. There are those that are very bad. What we pay them is what is called management fee, which the big portion goes towards delivery infrastructure. Management fee is a fraction of that. And I'm sure Tsulu can add to that. Public schools on private property quickly is because these schools are owned by people, but they serve the public. And it's undesirable. The law doesn't allow us that we invest on a private property using taxpayers' money. That's the catch there, Honorable Chair. But we are obliged, as you said, that we need to provide services there. But we cannot invest, put a a long-term investment in that property because it's not value that's going to benefit the public or not the state. That's the difficulty that we have with these schools that are on the farms, which are called public schools on private property. And the issue of, I've spoken about small business. We do pay them on time. Provinces can talk about claims. We don't have any claims at the moment. Indeed, schools get depopulated. As I've indicated, if it's the only school, we have to keep it running until that whole community has moved. Dealing with dangerous pit latrines is what we are doing. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. That's my contribution. Thank you, evidence.
Thank you, DG. MEC Limpopo, just allow me to get MEC KZN in Honorable Fraser. She's busy with another engagement somewhere. So, and then you'll get in after her. Honorable MEC Fraser, please come in.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you for affording us this opportunity to respond. First and foremost, we are taking guidance from all the issues that were raised by the committee members. And of course, we continue pleading with Treasury to say that they must consider not to cut our infrastructure budget because we spend it. I hope they will consider that. Concerning the 3 schools that the chair spoke about, we will follow up and come closer to those schools. And again, on the issue of payment to service providers, the DG have covered that. And also, I must appraise the committee to the fact that some of the challenges that we have, it's because of the unpaid wage bill, but we are trying to make sure that we pay where we're supposed to pay. Otherwise, let me once more thank the committee for the guidance that they've given to us. And on specific issues, Advocate Masugu and the DDGs are there to respond. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. As I said, definitely about our province, we'll take it on a bilateral, okay?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Hey, HOD and the team, please attend to the remainder of the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. DG has covered the number of questions, but on Midfield in Moy River, Chairperson, the province has demolished the unsafe pit toilets. The school is operating on VIPs. I have pictures of the VIPs and they're in good condition, and I've just spoken to the principal just now. And then on the Scotsfontein, we have engaged. The problem is on the Department of Transport side. Chairperson, you recall that the road going to the school is not in a good condition, and we have engaged. In fact, is now not used properly. So we've been engaging as well Department of Transport so that they can fix the road and then allow the school buses and other public transport to operate. Currently, they are not operating. And then Gubela Primary School, the enrollment there is Gubela Primary School is a school in the farm area, in the farmland, and it has 33 learners, but it's part of the schools that are in the TSS program, which will be closed as soon as we finalize the issue of placement and getting alternative schools for the learners. So the issue of other issues have been discussed, but the issue of the funding for STORM, I must indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that the STORM, the province is utilizing mainly the grant to repair. There is no disaster fund that we have received as a province. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members.
Thank you. That was Weziwe, right?
Yebo, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you. If there are any other follow-up, again, we'll take them on bilaterals. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get Honorable MEC Lipopo and the team to come in.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings once more to the honorable members in the platform. I'm going to start by appreciating that indeed the DG did cover a lot of issues in his presentation, and I'm going to request the HOD to respond to those that might have not been covered by the DG. Thank you so much, HOD.
Well, thank you very much, MEC. Maybe let me start with the issue of appointing implementing agents. I just want to indicate to the committee that as the department, we have actually appointed a panel of contractors so that we can actually reduce the number of projects that we give to implementing agents. And also, I mean, the DG indicated that some of the implementing agents are very good at their work and others are not. So that is the reason why we had to really appoint a panel of contractors. I want to also say that in terms of this panel of contractors, remember 60% of the grant goes to maintenance. So maintenance in Limpopo province is done mainly by this panel of contractors. The second issue that I want to also highlight is that even when we were busy with the eradication of pit latrines, as the province, we also had in-house projects where we implemented the projects ourselves without involving the implementing agents in that regard. So that those are some of the issues of the programs that we implement as the department. There was also an issue on 30 days compliance with regard to the payment of invoices. I just want to indicate that as the province, or as the department, we strive to get 100% because on a monthly basis, we have to present to both Treasury and OTP on how we are doing in terms of paying all service providers within the 30 days, the stipulated 30 days. And where we have not actually reached 100%, that is where you find that the challenge is not with the department, the challenge is with the maybe one or two service providers who have submitted invoices that are not in line with the work that they have done. So they have to redo the invoices, and also where you find that there are service providers who change bank accounts without informing the department. So those are the only two areas, two challenges that we always have when it comes to the 30 days compliance. Now, with regard to the claims against the state, for now, we don't have the claims against the state, but I just want to say that, yes, we have been taken to court, but it has nothing to do with the claims against the state now. So I think those are the issues that I had to respond to, because the rest were responded to by Mr. Mwele, the DG. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC Lipompo and the team. Can I have MEC Free State and the team, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's just appreciate the inputs and the questions raised by honorable members, and also wish to confirm that the DG has sufficiently covered issues which were largely affecting the province of the Free State. I have also verified with the colleagues if there was any other matter that was left behind by the DG, and there are councillors that they have been sufficiently covered. So with your council, Chair, I would really like to indicate that Free State would really not want to waste the committee's time by repeating what the DG has said, unless there's some matter which we may not have been aware that was omitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll go back to Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Free State. I heard the DG addressed himself on the question of what you can do as a sector in terms of economic revival, but I haven't heard you as provinces commenting on that. So I will start with the Eastern Cape and here. I know the principal responsibility of making sure that we produce skilled people are going to. That's fine. My focus is more of us using our policies and the procurement spend power to try and help the revival of the economy. So can I check with the Eastern Cape? And I've said that I would really like to get a well-considered thing as to what you can do as a sector. Let me start with the Eastern Cape.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm not sure whether I'll be responding directly to what you want us to respond to, except just to say, firstly, Chair, the DG covered most of the comments that were raised by the honorable members. It's just to confirm that indeed, where it is possible, that decentralization to districts is done. We are doing it. We have just instructed and directed districts to do some of the work on infrastructure, especially around maintenance, especially work whose value is below 1 million rand. Even though it's still at its beginning stages, but it's appearing already that it's actually going to pay some dividends. It's just by way of ensuring that we are expanding our capacity to deliver, exactly to address the issue of long-winded processes of procurement that are actually done at head office, but also ensuring that at least we deliver on some of these projects much faster than we actually do when everything else is at head office. And I think that the DG has actually covered it beautifully. Then when it comes to the specific case of Lutateni that the Honorable Mlenzana had raised, the school now, I am advised that it is at bid stages, but it's actually receiving attention. There is, however, of course, a phenomenon that we need to manage very closely about the school, that the enrollment is actually skyrocketing, and I think we need to move very closely to the principal and the SMT of the school, that we actually manage our enrollment and our admission within the permissible enrollment numbers. Because that's the problem, because for over these years, we have been providing additional infrastructure in the school, but every time you try to do that, next time you come, you realize that there are additional learners and high numbers of learners, and that you still are very much under pressure in terms of utilization of the available classrooms. But otherwise, as for decentralization, we have now realized that working closely with the districts, with the couple, of course, because the issue of decentralization is also about capacity of head office to monitor those projects, to monitor those operations, which is what we are actually trying to strengthen at this point in time. So, Chair, with that, I think that DG has actually covered quite a number of other comments that were raised. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. You want me to continue? It's MEC Limpopo.
The chairperson is muted.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Oh.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hey, please, MEC, please proceed. And
Okay.
after you, it's Free State if this thing again does its thing.
If it mutes you again, Chair.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Chair, and greetings once more. I think in terms of the economic participation on the budget and programs in our schools, in addition to what has been presented, one, Chair, in terms of us as Limpopo, we do give the norms and standards directly to the schools. And this is the budget that the schools are able to utilize locally to stimulate the economic development of the vicinity and the locality where they are. That is the first issue in terms of the transfers that we give to the schools. But also, secondly, Chair, we, under the program on the feeding scheme, we can confirm that for the past 3 years, one of the things that was being piloted was the 10 circuits that were participating directly. And as a province, we have been giving money to schools in those circuits so that then we are able to then see and monitor if schools are able to manage a bigger amount of money that has got a direct bearing in terms of the local economic development. The other issue, as the HOD did indicate, that we work through implementing agents as they do their infrastructure work in the communities or where we have delegated them. There's a template that will just say to them they are expected to have a percentage of subcontractors that will be local business. We do not zoom local as the rest of Limpopo when it comes to the infrastructure project. Local will be within the district where the contractor is operating. And I can tell you, Chair, from us declaring 2023 as a year of infrastructure and me moving all over with the infrastructure programs, that has actually been able to empower, even though I think the DG did allude to the whole issue of projects being hijacked at one or two communities by members that will want to delay because they want to monopolize and utilize this clause on the contractors for their own benefit. But it does a change, it's a game changer itself. Then the other issue, Chair, is that when we account quarterly to the Treasury and Exco, there's a template that expects us to say through the HOD and the team that how are we performing in terms of empowering the people of the province through the economic activities as a department. So it will have your categories of women and previously disadvantaged and everybody else. Then we are able to account to say this is how we are participating in the economy as the Department of Education. I've just highlighted the programs that might be focusing on only us as Limpopo, but the DG dealt with the overall issues for us as team education. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. Free State, anything?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Let me just indicate that the province of the Free State is also one of those provinces generally where we have assessed and realized that the majority of, or the major part of our expenditure, it benefits little in terms of value creation. The reason I'm qualifying that statement, Chair, is that we do have those regular reports which we submit where we have to indicate who of the local people or businesses were awarded the work. But the reality, in terms of the real economics of money, we have noticed that most of the input factors across number of grants, EIG, NSNP, most of the inputs, they come from the Free State. Ironically, even when one looks at the National School Nutrition Program, Free State produce number of the agricultural produce, but the value add takes place outside the province of the Free State, and we just consume the finished product. So for that matter, the view of the provincial government as a whole is that we have started a process which will ensure that when we approach the issue of empowerment, it's not only about who is awarded the work, but it's more on the value chain for all the commodities or for across the commodities. And for such matter, last year there's a bill before the provincial legislature now, which we hope that we will soon adopt. It will soon be adopted by the House, which then will give effect to this which I'm referring to, which will enable the provincial government to prescribe certain amount of the origin of the products as opposed to who procures. For an example, one of the draft guidelines is that it would need to prescribe that for the commodities that are consumed, say in school nutrition, they have to be of Free State origin in terms of processing. And as a result, we believe that it will then push industries and those that are currently engaged in the manufacturing or the value add processes to at least be located in the Free State. Because our approach to empowerment is not only about the last participant or the last player on the value chain, but those in the main that adds value immediately from the primary stage of commodities. The same as with the EIG. We are quite concerned that much as we award the local and largely Black businesses some of the work, a good number of that money still leaves the province, or it does not serve to create wealth for those that were historically disadvantaged, because they still go and compete, or to a large extent also procures from those that had opportunities, which are those that have access to these input factors, the aggregates and all of those. So that's one of the processes that are in place as per the resolution of Executive Council in the Free State, is the establishment of some industries where all of those that are awarded work, they will then be compelled to procure from those value-adding activities. If you take bricks, for an example, the envisaged policy intends to say only procures these bricks from within that particular radius, so that wherever there's a project or there are projects, we will then be able to ensure that productivity or production takes place locally. I must indicate here that in terms of school nutrition, it's totally decentralized to the school. Much as it is, in terms of administration, it is not that cumbersome and the risk is mitigated. But we are appreciative of the fact that it does not assist us economically, because among other disadvantages is that we lose on the benefits of economies of scale. We are unable to make some of the commercially viable decisions insofar as empowerment of the people. We miss the issues of bulk. So part of what we have taken a decision is to review that and start a process of considering on the best model, which will be more integrated, to ensure that even those farmers that government is also supporting, they're able to have their produce finding their space within our activities, which is currently very difficult, and to also have measures that will present the current illicit goods that some of them find themselves within our system. So that's basically how the Free State is viewing the issue of employment, and all of those plans that are there, which are now, that process is led by economic cluster of Executive Council, which we are all participating, or which even ultimately, when all the process are complete, will be taking part to ensure that there is value, as opposed to just see who was awarded. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MEC. That was Free State. Thank you so much, colleagues. Can I request Honorable Deputy Minister, Rijana Mhaule, to come in and make a summary in whatever way? DM, please.
Thank you, Chair. And to join the colleagues to say thank you to the committee, because coming out of this meeting, we are better than when we came in. So we are not taking it that you are checkmating us, but you are opening our eyes to be more wider and to increase our vision. We really appreciate. Generally in schools, Chair, we want to see what we call basic functionality of a school. That a school will have a teacher, teachers, learners, classrooms, and the centers, your labs and library, above all, then sporting facilities. And on the latter one, we tend to have challenges because because of the limited resources, when we still want to fence the school, the communities are influxing our schools and put houses. And when we talk to the local authorities, we don't get help. That's why we'll be seen as people who don't prioritize sports. So I want to just respond. I know DG has covered most of the things. On the farm schools, DG has indicated that a school must have at least more than 135, but wherein there is no alternative whatsoever, we don't close such schools. But a school, our ratio is determined by the number of learners. So if a school is a combined school, it starts from grade R to grade 12, and it has 135 learners. That school automatically will qualify for 4 teachers or 5 at the most, including the principal. So there is no way where 4 teachers can teach all the subjects, all the grades, then they are not going to get quality education. That's why we don't just close, we match. If there's a school next door with similar numbers, we match the schools. But then there's the issue of a scholar transport tricks in. Yes, we have challenges in other provinces like your Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal and other parts of KwaZulu-Natal. When you want to put a scholar transport, the valleys and the mountains and all this does not allow for scholar transport. That's why you find some learners walking long distances. And even the policy on scholar transport to say 5 kilometers. Then when a child has to walk 5 kilometers, 4.9, then it's not 5 kilometers. And when the child has to pass through the river or pass through a thick bushes, then automatically scholar transport must come in. And they say, no, it's not 5 kilometers, which becomes a challenge. But we are engaging with our sister department, the Department of Transport, because that function has been moved from education to transport. And in transport, it's not their core business. And if a child did not reach a school, and no one will go to the Department of Transport, they just go to the Department of Education, which is a challenge, but we are engaging from time to time. So, Chair, our budget has been split into 2, 40-60. We used to build and build and build and not maintain what we have built. And when we look back now, hey, the structure is dilapidated and that and that. Now we say 60-40, which is Treasury, said that 60% maintenance and some refurbishment comes there. If a school is a high school and the subjects, it includes mathematics, science, and whatever, there must be a left. So when that refurbishment is done, those centers will be taken into consideration. Taken into consideration. So yes, I know we have some grants that are not entirely used. The grant that was not used, there were reasons at the time, which is your learners with profound intellectual disability. Because if you look closely at that grant, we could not spend on the compensation of employees because we need to appoint professionals, therapists, and they are very few in the country. So you find us fighting over those therapists. So, and until the year goes by, but generally, on the contribution to the economy of the country, Chair, you are very correct. As the department, like the MEC for Free State indicated, not only on infrastructure. On infrastructure, we are making sure that our implementing agent, they even pull the young people, young graduates that are not employed, and to get internship in those projects that we are constructing. So we do give reports on a daily basis. When we have infrastructure meeting, there is a report on the number of young people that were absorbed in the system to get internship and to be employed, though it might not be permanent, but we want to make sure that all our implementing agents, they appoint young people, they expose them to the built industry and the work in general. So we believe that by doing so, but we are working closely with the Department of Higher Education on the skilling, mass skilling of young people. And that will promote even manufacturing and industrialization, because if it does not need only education, it needs all of us to come together to say, let's have a skills revolution in the country and skill our young people. Most developed countries, which were called developing countries, they took a conscious, deliberate, and intentional decision to skill their young people. That's why now we're moving away. We're just hampered by the minimum resources, moving away from the only academic route. We are moving to the three-stream model, which is aiming at addressing that skills shortage, that will move to vocational, technical, and academic to those who want to do that. Yes, and the schools of focus, your School of Agriculture, Tourism, Aviation, Marine, and all these sectors. We want every district to have such schools, and want to move that to say every second must have at least one school of focus. It's just that we are limited by the resources. But in the plans, that's what we deliberately want to implement. But Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I want to thank my colleagues, the MECs, the HODs, our DG, and the entire team. And I want to thank members for inviting us. Like I indicated, that we are no longer the same as we started with this meeting. We are growing every day. When you invite us to come and account, we don't take it in a negative way, but we appreciate that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Regina Mhaule, thank you so much for those closing remarks. Thank you very much, DG Moeli, again for the contribution. Thank the MEC Eastern Cape, Honorable Gade, and HOD, Dr. Nuku. Free State MEC, Honorable Mohale, thank you, and Advocate Malakwane. Limpopo, Honorable Ramakanya, I think I'm correctly, Ruli Ramakanya, and Imbogotelap, and Ms. Tetrin, the HOD. KZN, Honorable MEC Fraser, HOD, Mr. Nobo, and your teams which are accompanying you, very much welcome. We do this to get these things from the horses themselves, from horses' mouth. We appreciate the openness that we have done this, We hope this is a process, it's not just an event. We'll continue interacting, and again note many things that the oral members raised. Some of them we didn't expect 100% answers. There are more of food for thought, and that you go and in MinMec, DM, you reflect on some of these things. For me, for some reasons that I think we need, all of us as departments, to say, how do we get out of this economic quagmire that we find ourselves as a country? How do we provide more jobs for our children? How do we stop exporting jobs to other countries? Honourable members, my apologies for having kept you until this time. The time is 1:30. This meeting was supposed to end at 12. But understanding the importance of the issues which are being raised in the meeting, the oral members said they're going to be here until we finish everything that we wanted to do. With this rare opportunity, MECs, DM and your teams, we know again you having your own responsibilities where you are, and those of us who are having kids who are at the basic education, but those who are writing matrics, we also looking forward to the results and wishing you all of the best. This takes care of this agenda item. You are relieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. All members, we are not going to deal with the minutes today for obvious reasons. The time is against us. We'll postpone the adoption of the minutes. And again, just say thank you very much for having been in the meeting for such a long time. We had to do it. And as you can see, we got many things, and we're also able to convey our messages. All members, this an announcement.
Quickly, we've received a late apology for Honorable Kwangwa. He's in a concurrent meeting in the precincts of Parliament. And the next meeting will be on Friday, the 1st, for public hearings on the MTBBS bills. We are going to have a joint meeting with the Select Committee on Appropriations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Secretariat. Thank you, our support staff, the researchers, and everybody. We appreciate this. All members, this takes us to the end of the meeting. Let's meet on Friday. Thank you.
Lunch on the chair.
Thank you. Mare?
No, I said the lunch is on the chair. Thank you, sir.
Okay, noted.
Bye.
Okay, thank you.